cover from the Combine as well as the first big trade of the offseason. Before we get to it, Bump, did you have a good weekend? It was actually kind of nice in Seattle.
It was for a day or two.
Yeah,
for sure. The first day, I got to see my daughter play soccer, scored 2 goals, 2 bangers, too. She was balling. My son had two basketball games. I was indoor for a good day, and then the bad day I was indoors. And then my other son has golf tryouts today, so I got him out on the golf course this weekend.
Yeah.
And made sure he was good to go. You know, just racking up miles on the truck. You know what I'm saying? How was your weekend?
Mine was good. You know me, I'm a homebody, so the highlight of my weekend was Derek and I made a pasta and watched White Lotus. But can I tell you about this pasta?
Sure.
Like, I'm regretting it today. But just
Why?
wait. Just this is the how you make it. First, you make a pound and a half of ground beef. Then you add a block of cream cheese. Then you add a can of sauce.
Sounds great.
Then you add 3 cheese tortellinis.
Sounds even better.
Then you put a ton of mozzarella cheese on top.
Mm,
And then you broil it.
that sounds awesome.
It was amazing. It was a lot of dairy. I ate an obscene amount of cheese, and it was amazing and delicious. And White Lotus is also one of my favorite shows. It's so good.
Yeah, if I ate that, I'd be making freaking trips to the bathroom. But you know what? It'd be worth
You'd be
it.
like, where's Bob?
It'd be worth it.
All right. Well, also coming from this weekend, a lot of news from the Combine, quarterback workouts, wide receiver workouts, running back workouts. We're all over the weekend, including Friday, and so we have some stuff to cover from it. I'm going to start not necessarily with a quarterback that's been linked to Seattle, but just with the quarterback that was making the most headlines, and that is Jalen Milroe, because Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders were not throwing. Jalen Milroe captured the attention from Scouts Saturday, drawing the most praise. I liked this quote from Yahoo Sports' Jory Epstein. An NFC assistant coach described Milroe as so intriguing physically and wasn't worried about a floor because, quote, at worst, he's Taysom Hill on steroids. A high-ranking NFC executive considered Milroe to be more athletically gifted than Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson.
That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy?
That just
praise?
means he came out at the wrong time when it comes to the quarterback position. People forget Milroe had some good years at Bama. Now, that last one wasn't as great, but he still was one of 3 SEC quarterbacks to rush for 15-plus touchdowns and pass for 15-plus touchdowns. I'm not worried about the physical when it comes to Milroe, but it's like any other quarterback, he's got to be in the right system. I was listening to Dan Orlovsky this morning go back and forth with Shannon Sharp about Sam Darnold and Aaron Rodgers. And if there is a position or a need for those two in the NFL, of course there is for Sam Darnold, but you look at Aaron Rodgers and you scratch your head a bit. With both quarterbacks, you have to be in the right situation. That's with any quarterback. You have to be in the right situation. If Milroe were to go to a place where he was expected to throw the ball 50 times a game, I wouldn't expect him to be successful. Now, if he gets into an offense where it's run heavy, it's play action, you're using his mobility a bit differently, then okay, I can rock with it. I'm watching Milroe throw the football, and I'm thinking, that's DK Metcalf with a cannon. He's swole, he's big. I'm like, that is DK Metcalf with a cannon on his arm. So I liked that he was that he went out there and he performed at a high level. There is going to be hate. This is what the Combine in the offseason is for, is to pick apart players and point out their flaws. But I want to highlight what I did see. Obviously, he's athletic. He can throw the heck out of the football. Accuracy is okay. I don't think it's elite, but it's for dang sure not at the bottom of the league either. He's intriguing because physically he is one of the best athletes out there, and he's a quarterback. And I think that just shows you where this game is going. Back in the day, 20 years ago, they would have said, son, you're a wideout. Son, you're a tight end.
Yep.
Let's get you the football.
And Shedeur Sanders would have been the universal #1 pick because they'd be like, oh, my God, this guy, he could be Tom Brady. Like, he's a perfect pocket passer. Jaxson Dart, our next quarterback here, he continues to draw attention. And what's been a really great round of pre-draft appearances. He wasn't getting quite as much attention as Jalen Milroe was from the Combine, but obviously had a great Senior Bowl. It's kind of continued a trend for him. Here's Mike Tannenbaum.
I thought he was clearly the best quarterback on the field yesterday, and in my mind, he is the #3 quarterback in this year's draft, built on a really strong week at the Senior Bowl. He led the nation in yards per attempt at 10.75, which sort of pushes against, it's the Lane Kiffin offense. He is well built at 6'2", 220. I thought he threw with really good anticipation, good accuracy. It wasn't perfect, as you alluded to, but again, he's not working with his receivers. I think you look at the first two with Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders. To me, right now, Jaxson Dart is clearly #3 going to go in the first round.
I need more music playing underneath all the points I make. It just
ESPN's
makes it
real
sound
good at
cooler.
that.
Yeah. When I start going like, what the Mariners need to do, Curtis, I just we are going to have Ben Garrett on later in the show. to learn more about Jaxson. So, Bump, we don't need to spend a ton of time. But that being said, I know that he's the quarterback maybe most intriguing to you behind Cam Ward.
He is. He is very experienced, right? He got a taste of football over there with USC in 2021, makes the move to the SEC, and he got better every single year. And also, he rushed for 614 yards his first year there, then 389, then 495. Accuracy got better every single year. He just climbed. Every year he got better, and that's what you want to see out of these young quarterbacks. And I think that I talk about contracts and timing. It's all about timing, when you sign, when you're a free agent, your numbers. Same thing with Jaxson Dart. You put this guy in the draft last year, he's probably not going to go in the first round. He'll probably be the fifth or sixth quarterback taken. That's why you stay, and that's why you perform. You complete 69% of your passes for 4,200 yards, 29 touchdowns, and then you can run the rock. The best thing he did for himself was to compare himself to Jalen Hurts, because now everybody went back and watched the film, and we were like, dang, he really does look like Jalen Hurts. The demeanor, the delivery, the way that he runs, he's a big boy. I like this pick for him. I like this pick for a team that's looking to develop a quarterback, not throw a guy in there and expect him to win ball games week one.
It was a rough weekend for Ohio State's Will Howard, meanwhile. His stock dropping a little bit more there. A viral clip showed him missing receivers on 7 different throws, at least 7 throws. Then Shedeur Sanders came to his defense. He had his back on X. He said, I don't understand why y'all are hating on Will Howard. He just won a natty. It's hard to throw to receivers you don't know. Everyone runs routes different.
And that's fact. You can look at, I was watching all those throws right this weekend. I recorded most of it. I'm at my daughter's game, and as soon as she gets subbed out, I pull out the combine on my phone. I'm like, all right, let me look at this. And body language is different with every receiver. Every receiver can run, if we're running a 7 route, a corner route. Every receiver can get to 10 yards or near 10 yards because it's not always perfect. Put your left foot in the ground, snap it out at 45, but it's going to look different. I can throw up 10 different receivers, and it's going to look different. So what quarterbacks are looking at when they say everyone runs a different route is the body language and the indicators. Me and Alex Brink right now, at 40 years old, he's 40, I'm 39. I'm holding on to it, Brink, all right? At 39 and 40, we can go out there right now and throw slants and corners and post all day because he knows my body language. He knows when I'm setting guys up, when I'm going to break it off. So it's a bit more difficult than people think, but also it's routes on air. When it's routes on air, you should be completing about 80% of those passes.
Okay. I have one more story to get to from the Combine. Before the weekend, Texas wide receiver Isaiah Bond predicted that he'd break Xavier Worthy's 40-yard Combine record.
I'm going to break the record tomorrow, for sure. I anticipate running 4.20 or possibly I'm feeling great. I might run 4.1.
This is what happened.
There he goes. That's 4.41.
That's why you got to under-promise and over-deliver.
Yeah, afterwards, Xavier Worthy tweeted, there's fast, then there's me. Bond's teammate Matthew Golden,
Yeah,
I'm sure
Golden
you saw
did his
this too.
thing.
He actually finished with the best 40 time, 4.29 among all receivers.
Look, I appreciate the confidence from that young man,
Yeah.
but you just keep it low. And a perfect example was my teammate Jason Hill at Washington State. At one point, he had the most receiving touchdowns in Pac-10 history until I think Dwayne Jarrett passed him up. So he was a year or two older than me, and he was going off to Florida, and he was training. Now, Jason Hill used to show up to the weight room with long sleeve on and a T-shirt on top of that. He always wore pants. Like, he didn't show any of his physique or anything. Then I'm talking to him about his 40. And if you know Jay Hill, he talks real slow. He goes, man, I'm going to run fast. You know, we'll see what's going on. Then he ends up running like a 4.31 or something like that, something we did not expect. How Jay Hill played that is how this young man should have played. Like, look, I don't know. I'm going to run fast. I think I'll be fine.
Yeah.
But it got us watching, and it got us talking about him. So it worked about 50% of the time, right? 50% got us hyped, but then he didn't deliver. But 4.41 is still a good 40 time.
It's still perfectly fine. You could kind of hear from the audience, not quite laughs, but like a, ooh.
Yeah.
Like
Come on now.
It was a little bit of like a, oh, wow, you had us out here to see what would happen. No, I agree. You got to under-promise, over-deliver.
Yep.
You know? All right, I want to get to our next story here. We're just kind of taking a look at the biggest stories from the weekend, and this was easily the biggest story in the NFL. The 49ers dealt Deebo Samuel to the Washington Commanders for a 5th-round pick. The Commanders are paying Deebo's $17.5 million salary, so I know the 49ers only got a 5th-round pick, but there's also the cap relief that they got, including future cap relief. John Lynch had expressed a desire to get younger at the position, plus Deebo wanted out. That was public knowledge that Deebo wanted out. What was your first reaction to the news? We knew he'd be traded. We just didn't know where and when.
My first reaction was to console my son, who's a 49er fan.
No.
And he could not understand, Dad, why would they do it?
Yeah.
Trade Brandon Ayuk. I go, listen, son, Brandon Ayuk is a better receiver than Deebo Samuel. Deebo Samuel can do some things that no other receiver can do. He's an athlete. It's like when guys are getting, like myself, when I was in high school, right? I played quarterback, I played receiver, safety, and running back. They just marked me down as an athlete. I go, that is who Deebo Samuel is. He is an athlete. And then I started to explain to him the salary cap and how things work and how they have to sign Brock Purdy. This is a move that needed to be made. If Pearsall didn't start the season, or end the season the way that he did last year, maybe they don't make this move, but this is going to happen every single year. I wasn't surprised, but I was definitely intrigued about where he went. The Commanders, I'm like, come on, man, you got Jaden Daniels, another weapon. So now you have Scary Terry on the outside, a true wideout, and you get Deebo Samuel in the mix, who is a decent route runner. He's more of a just put the football in my hand. In the things that you can run with those two. And let's see if the homie Zach Ertz come back for another year. He's getting long in the tooth over there. You got a couple good running backs in Eckler and Robinson as well. They're getting better. The question is Jaden Daniels going to take another step forward? What does that look like? Maybe a bit more accuracy in the pass game, a few more passing yards. But you just gave one of the most mobile quarterbacks in the game another weapon for Cliff Kingsbury to draw some things up with. It's looking tough in the East.
Now, what are the odds that Deebo can ever return to his 2021, right, form? Like, it's I think that, you look at his numbers from last year. I know he was dealing with injury. At one point had like pneumonia and had to be hospitalized. So there's a lot of context around what happened with the 49ers. They were also missing other weapons. Fewer weapons means more attention on you, all of that. But it does feel like, much with Cooper Kupp, you just wonder if there's real regression coming. And regression for a superstar is just, you're above average now.
Yeah.
You're still a really good player, but the excitement, the true excitement, comes from thinking you can tap into that previous version.
It's
I just question whether it's still there. I don't know that it is.
It's a good question, because you look at what he's done over the years, and he's only had, we're talking Deebo, correct? He's only had 1 year where he's gone over 1,000 yards receiving. Right, over his career, he's got 20 receiving touchdowns and I believe 22 rushing touchdowns. Here's what you do with a Deebo Samuel. You just don't expect those big numbers. I'll take 600, 700 receiving yards, and then 400 rushing yards. That's 1,000 total. Give me 10 touchdowns, we're good to go. We're getting production everywhere. It felt like he was being a bit overused over there, or he just couldn't stay healthy. And when you reach year 6, 7, and you're a bit banged up, and you play a position where speed is your thing, I can understand the hesitancy, but I feel like if you put him in the right offense, don't expect him to have the production that he had in his elite years at the 49ers. He should be okay, but it's about being healthy. And there's something that happens with players once they get traded or they get released. They get rejuvenated. They're in a new spot. I think you can push out maybe 1 or 2 more good years from Deebo.
All right, still to come. We'll stick with the 49ers Deebo trade, the implications for DK Metcalf, obviously, coming up at 10:30. And then we're also going to talk about some other potential moves we see made by the Seahawks before the start of the league year, which is only a couple weeks from now. It's next week, right, Curtis? The 16th, 15th? I don't even know. That should be a primary focus of my job. Right now, let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bubba and Stacy.
Headline number 1, MLBPA Executive Director Tony Clark told media members Friday he's expecting another lockout when the CBA expires in December of 2026. What's the real headline?
Now, if the only thing owners and the players union can agree on is a desire to grow the league, this feels like a bad way to do it.
Yeah, but it comes down, right? All comes down to money. And it's been 50 to 60 years there hasn't been a salary cap in this league. And what I'm reading is that they're looking for a salary floor possibly. But whenever you start talking about money, it's going to be tough because it would benefit the owners to have a salary cap, right? You got the Dodgers who spend $392 million on their roster. You got the Marlins who spend $64 million on their roster. The disparity is crazy. So who would a salary cap help? It would help teams like the Marlins, right? But then there's also a floor because the players want to make sure, look, all right, there might be a cap. All right, or maybe no cap, but let's push these numbers up a bit so the guys who are on the Marlins, who might not be worth $10, $11 million a year, probably going to get $10, $11 million a year. It all comes down to money, man. Manfred said that sometimes an offseason lockout is
Can
good.
be a positive
Could be a positive thing. The only thing that I can see positive about an offseason lockout is that you're not losing games. At least you have the potential to not lose games. But the longer you wait, the closer you get to losing games.
Yeah.
Manfred should have just let this one sit and say, look, we're going to try to work this thing out so the fans can get some baseball when it's time to play.
There's a part of me that looks at Tony Clark and thinks like, God, what, like he can be so incredibly stubborn at times. And then like there are other times when you're like, did you even get what you wanted from this negotiation? But then I realized it seems to be an incredibly contentious relationship between Tony Clark, the players union, and Rob Manfred and the owners. And that also makes a ton of sense when you consider quotes like that, Bump, when you consider that the owners would be incredibly comfortable just not having a baseball season. That's wild to me. I cannot imagine a world where like NFL owners, I know that it's gotten close, but where modern NFL owners in today's league just decides we're not going to have a season this year. Like, baseball is by no means a sinking ship. It is not.
No.
But it is a sport that could use more eyes. It is a sport that could bring in younger viewers. It is a sport that could find ways to grow beyond what it already is, making streaming options more easily available, for instance, so it's not so regional. That would be one of my suggestions. This is a weird way to constantly do it. Like, you guys are constantly having stoppages, having issues, being at odds and fighting with one another, and it just feels like the sport itself being played and the fans take a backseat to labor disputes between these two.
Because you're dealing with the most money out of all of our sports in this country, right? Baseball's not even the most popular, but it deals with the most money. When you have 162, there are, 81 opportunities at home for you to make some money, right, on your ball club. So, yeah, man, we'll see what happens. This is just every 4 or 5 years we're going to have something like this, it feels like.
Yeah.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, the Jets are reportedly trying to trade Davante Adams and his $38.2 million cap hit before the start of the league year. What's the real headline?
He's only ever caught passes from Aaron Rodgers and Derek Carr since high school, so wherever they're playing is a starting point.
Is he worth it? $38.2 million cap hit. Right, he was supposed to go over to the Jets and kind of save the day. Aaron Rodgers brought all the homies over there. Cobb was there. Lazard was there. You bring over Davante as well. You get rid of coaches. And he didn't do that. They were 2-6 before Davante was there. They won 3 games in his presence. But he does have 5 straight seasons with over 1,000 yards. He's still got some good ball in him. His game has never been, I'm going to run by you on the fastest guy here. His game has been, I'm going to create space on the line of scrimmage. I'm going to lose you at the top with my agility, with my movement, and be good to go. I think he still has a good football in him, but not at this price, though, man. There's some younger talent out there that are cheaper that I think teams could look at. But if you are a team waiting to see what happens with Davante Adams, y'all just get together and say, don't make a move, because they're going to release him, and then you'll have the option to put your bid in and see what happens.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3. The 49ers have traded Deebo Samuel to the Washington Commanders for a 2025 5th-round pick. What's the real headline?
And the real headline's a clarification. They did not give up a 5th-round pick for 2021 Deebo. I think a lot of the conversation I saw was like, oh my God, the 49ers got fleeced. How could they do this? Deebo Samuel for a 5th-round pick? And it's like, well, wait a minute. The Commanders are taking on $17.5 million of Deebo's salary. The Commanders are trading for a player who last year did not surpass 1,000 yards, who last year struggled a little bit. That maybe one of the lasting memories for 49ers fans is Deebo saying, give me the ball, I'm going to make this happen, and then dropping it. I think that was like one of his last, one of the last pass attempts for Deebo was a drop for him. I mean, 671 yards and 3 touchdowns last season is not 1,400 yards in 2021. So could Deebo return to that form? Maybe. Cliff Kingsbury is a good coordinator, but I don't know that the 49ers got absolutely fleeced here.
No, I mean, you see the decline. He's 28 years of age. He's had 1 season over 1,000 yards. He did average 13.1 yards per catch, which is his 3rd best in his career, or third or 4th best in his career, 18.2 in 2021. I still think there's good football left in him. He's 28. Give him 3 more years and see what you can do. It's about him staying healthy. And the more I look at Deebo, the more them thighs and them glutes looking thick and big out there. Like, bro, you might want to lose like 5 to 10 pounds and just slim up a little bit. Because once you start having the hamstring issues, most of the time that's a conditioning issue. A lot of the times just guys being explosive. But I think this is a great move for the Commanders. They are taking on $17 million, like you mentioned, of his contract, but it opens things up. Deebo is the type of guy, I don't care what he did last year, 670 through the air, 136 on the ground. He's a guy that lines up. Where's Deebo? You're going to try to find him. So he gets other guys open. He affects the game. It's about staying healthy with him, and I think Cliff is going to have a great time trying to dial up some things to get Deebo the ball.
I have seen so many questions from people over the last several months, and really anytime we talk about Deebo saying, why can't the Seahawks use DK that way? Do you see them in any way as being similar players? I can't tell you how many times I've seen that text.
Stop sending that text in.
I can't tell you how many times I've seen it.
DK is not Deebo. DK is his own man. DK is a better, you know what? DK is a better route runner than Deebo. DK can get behind the defense better than Deebo. What Deebo does well is get underneath, get east and west, the run after the catch. That's where he shines. If I ever saw DK line up in the backfield, I will toss my cap and throw it at the television. Like, what the heck are we doing putting 14 back there? No disrespect to DK, but that's not his game. Deebo Samuel could end his career as a running back, and it will make complete sense to me.
Clint Kubiak, I need you to do one thing this season.
Listen.
Put DK Metcalf in the backfield.
And I also need a more dramatic reaction from, I need you to put DK in the backfield like 3 times. 3 back-to-back-to-back plays.
It'll be like those clearly staged YouTube videos when something bad happens, like a bad result of a game happens, and somebody gets up and like punches the TV.
Do you
That's
know
what's going to happen.
How many times clearly staged YouTube videos are messing with way too many people, including people.
I don't have that kind of bank account to be smashing a brand new TV.
Well, no, I was going to say the clearly staged ones of like, this is clearly a fake interview.
And people are like,
This
did you see this?
Exactly. Like, you'll go through the comments and they'll be like, wow, I can't believe anyone would say that. And you're like, exactly. Your mind should tell you, oh, that's not a normal interaction. I think this is very clearly bad acting. But for anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about, it's okay. Stay off YouTube. Too many of them.
You know, I did watch, my daughter showed me Mr. Beast. I didn't realize Mr. Beast had the paper that he had. $550 million he's worth.
Yes.
Giving away dollars like that. I go, kids, we need to get you on the show and make Daddy $1 million real quick.
You know what else is weird? I always thought, because Mr. Beast is a YouTube famous whatever, I always thought he was like 25. No, he was just one of the earlier ones.
Yeah.
He's older.
He's in his 30s for sure.
The 49ers trade of Deebo Samuel should have some people questioning whether they want to deal DK Metcalf for one big reason. That's next.
The John Schneider Show.
With Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
You're down at the Combine. What's the biggest priority that you want to know about these players?
Yeah, I would say having our coaches here this year, interviewing the players in person and watching them interact, how they respond to the teaching, and can they teach the coaches. That's probably the most important thing this year. We didn't bring the guys last year because everybody was just installing our systems and getting going. So it's pretty cool having those guys here this year.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call West Coast Men's Health at 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Jaxson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jaxson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jaxson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
So here's the deal with Mariners season ticket memberships. You've got 2 great options. With a Flex membership, you have the freedom to pick your seats, games, and number of tickets whenever you want. Or, if you like knowing where you're sitting all season long, go with a Reserved membership and lock in your seats from day one. Both plans get you access to exclusive pre-sales, year-round discounts, special event invites, and more. Check it out at mariners.com/25.
Now Raleigh wins it in the 10th inning for the Mariners.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Do you need a new roof? Don't wait for summer to replace it. 3 Tree Roofing is here to help you save big this winter. Avoid summer's higher prices and longer wait times and protect your home's integrity now. Visit 3treeroofing.com for your free on-site estimate. Our certified installers make it easy and worry-free, no matter the season. Don't wait. Book your estimate today at 3treeroofing.com. Mention this ad and get $500 off your roof replacement. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
You think your home is pretty cool until that summer heat hits, and suddenly your home isn't that cool. In fact, it's hot. Air conditioning from Washington Energy Services can help. Stay cool this summer with our biggest spring savings event ever. This month only, take up to $4,000 off an energy-efficient Bryant cooling system with exclusive Washington Energy rebates. Ensure your home is always the cool house with air conditioning from Washington Energy Services. Contact us today for a free estimate.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name. It's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
The 49ers got a 5th-round pick for Deebo Samuel. Do we really think the Seahawks could get a first for DK? I mean, for most people, if they'd be willing to trade DK, I have heard far and away, oh, well, if it's a first-round pick, I'd consider it. Like, even the people that really like DK, that are like, I would love to see him with Clint Kubiak, I want to see him in this offense, if they're asked, well, what about for a first-rounder? There's always hesitation, because that's an incredibly tempting pick. Let's first talk about why the 49ers only got a 5th-rounder in return for Deebo.
So Washington had to take on the $17 million left on Deebo Samuel's books on his 2025 pay. And because of that, San Francisco only got a 5th-round pick. I think if they were willing to cover some of the salary, they could have maybe got a 4th-rounder. But it was a difficult situation because Deebo wanted out, but the 49ers now have to carry a $30 million dead cap charge just to get rid of him. It shows how the relationship had sort of deteriorated, that they were willing to move on. He was coming off a rough year, but there's certainly something there. I know Washington's very excited. He's the kind of player where, if he's healthy and at his normal full tilt, then a fifth rounder, you won't think twice about it. That will be considered a steal.
That was ESPN's Jeremy Fowler. So a little bit of context as to why it was a fifth and maybe not a fourth or higher. But Bump, even then, Andrew Siciliano had a list of notable wide receiver trades in the last 12 months. No one higher than a third, and it was Devontae Adams. Stephon Diggs was fifth, sixth, and then giving up a second. You had Keenan Allen for a fourth. Mike Williams fifth, DeAndre Hopkins fifth, Jerry Jeudy fifth and a sixth. Devontae Adams was that third rounder. Amari Cooper. You're not seeing a lot of first round pick for veteran wide receiver deals happening.
No, you're not, and you shouldn't. You shouldn't, because receivers do not win you ball games. I don't think they win you ball games, but I think they give you opportunity, if that makes any sense, right? We watched the Super Bowl and A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, the two big receivers, scored touchdowns in that game, but we're not looking at those two and saying they won that ball game for you. We're looking at the decision-making of Jalen Hurts, we're looking at the run game, and we're looking at the defense. And when you play a position that the average man, right, there is a position for a 5'9", 5'10" man walking down the street. Got to be athletic, right? Got to be fast, got to have hands. But there are so many options at receiver. So when you get to 26, 27, 28, they're not going to look at you and say, man, he is worth a first, second, or third round, unless you are one of the best to ever do it. If Justin Jefferson were to want to get traded right now, he would get it. He would get a first round pick for sure. There's one or two guys in this league right now, Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. Everybody else, even Tyreek Hill, he's 30 years old. He's not going to get it. Any other receiver you think about, they're just not going to get that, because they're going to look at the draft and say, maybe we can develop. Maybe we can put a team together that doesn't require us to have that 1,500-yard receiver. Philly didn't have a 1,500-yard receiver. The Chiefs didn't have a 1,500-yard receiver. They just had a well-balanced team. And it's all about the reputation and the age of guys when they do hit the free agent market. You're looking at Deebo Samuel, who's 28, 29 years old. You're sitting here talking about you don't believe that he has much football in him. I'm sitting here saying maybe 2-3 years left in him. Same thing with DK. DK's 26 years old, 27? I think he's got 4 to 5 more good seasons in him.
Good extension left.
Yeah, but because of just the nature of the game and the plethora of receivers we see entering the draft every single year of guys who can play, there's only going to be 4 or 5 guys who really get that money like that. So I think it makes complete sense, man. The receiver position isn't always deep in elite talent, but it's deep in talent overall because of the way that offenses are being played at the college football level. Everyone's spreading it out. Receivers are playing 7-on-7 since they were 10 years old now. The routes are crazy. The hands are crazy. You can be 6'6", you can be 5'11". It don't matter. There's talent out there. So I think the timing of when guys hit the market plays an important role in it. The way that the game is being played, and then just the number of young receivers entering the league. We just saw one of the deepest running backs groups in a long time when it comes to the combine. We see that every single year with receivers. There's going to be about 25 receivers drafted every single year.
From the Mac and Jacks text line, the 425 says, you trade these guys to spend money elsewhere, not for trade values, which I understand but disagree with. But I'll say this. I completely understand that behind the conversation of trading DK is not, oh, you could get a first rounder and then use it on something. It's, and then you don't have to pay him $30+ million per year. Like, that's a big part of the conversation and why it's even a conversation this offseason. And the question of whether or not DK's worth that is like, well, you know, like, can he make these contested catches? Like, does he, like, there's all kinds of questions about, like, is he this true number one guy in a way that Justin Jefferson, you know, CeeDee Lamb, whoever else is. I get it. However, also within this conversation is, I don't think John Schneider wants to step back. I don't think Mike McDonald wants to step back, and you were a 10-win season, or a 10-win team last season. Are you a better team without Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf? No. So that's the risk that we're talking about too, right? Maybe I take a risk on being a worse team if I'm getting a first round back. I don't know that I feel as comfortable with that if I'm getting a fifth rounder, even if the conversation's also about saving money. I would like to win sooner rather than later.
Yeah, team situation matters, right? You look at the Seattle Seahawks, and you are one game away from making the playoffs. You almost beat the team that won the Super Bowl in the Los Angeles Rams. And I think when you look at it like that, because it's easy to look at a football season and highlight all like the valleys of the season, and don't ignore it. You have to, right? It's part of the season. But it's all about how your team looks towards the end of the year, right? You weather the storms through weeks 1 through 12. In the last 5 weeks, you're saying, are we in a position to where we can make a push towards the end of the year to get into the playoffs? That's exactly where the Seahawks were, in position to make a push to get into the playoffs. And you barely lose to a team that almost beat the team that won a Super Bowl, the most complete team I've seen in a very long time. If that team does not have DK, if that team does not have even Tyler Lockett, if that team doesn't have Geno, you're not in that position. So we're talking about taking key components away from this team and hoping that you're just going to be able to plug in whatever fifth rounder you get or fourth rounder you get or maybe a draft pick and say, all right, let's run it back. There's a chance that can happen, but if you already have the pieces in place that are competing with teams that are competing to get into the championship game, why would you rock the boat that much? You got to rock the boat a little bit because there are cap hits, and this is part of the business. But a DK Metcalf, I'm doing everything I can to keep that dude because at one point, and still at the end of the year, he's still up there, he makes the biggest plays in the league. No matter how you slice it, you can pick apart his game into the death of him. This man makes big plays, and you guys were so close. So that's why I'm saying let's run it back with these integral pieces, but you definitely still got to add and subtract.
Well, and so I'm going to do two devil's advocate arguments. One, against just immediately turning that draft pick around and having a really productive receiver. I know Jaxson Smith and Jigba's coming off a 1,000-yard season, and I know that Tyler Lockett has been exceptional. But otherwise, is there a drafted wide receiver by John Schneider and obviously Pete Carroll at the time that has had a better career here in Seattle than DK Metcalf? A drafted wide receiver.
No.
I can't think of a single one.
Tyler's close. He's rocking with. I mean, Tyler at the 10 years down the road, yeah, you're looking at Tyler's career and saying that was awesome. But
so it's like, tell me a draft pick the Seahawks used on a receiver that you were like, oh, see how easily they turn that around?
No, it doesn't happen like that.
No, it doesn't. Oh, okay. So the last thing I want to get to, while I'm reading off Andrew Siciliano's list, and it's like 5th rounder, 6th rounder, 7th rounder, maybe a 3rd rounder. Bump, you're looking at the list right now on our show sheet. Could you make the argument that that DK is either better or younger than all of these guys?
Then who?
So this list: Deebo Samuel, Mike Williams, DeAndre Hopkins. Like, I think there's a world where you could get a second.
I think Jerry Jeudy got a little more in him, a little more juice. Mike Williams, yes, he's better than DeAndre Hopkins at this point. Yes, overall Hall of Fame career by Hopkins. Devontae Adams, I think is still throwing hands with DK. I think Devontae Adams' route running and hands are crazy. Amari Cooper, I think is throwing hands. The only guys throwing hands with DK right now out of this group, out of Mike Williams, Hopkins, Jeudy, Mingo, Adams, Cooper, I'm looking at Devontae, I'm looking at Cooper, and Jeudy. Everybody else can get it.
All right, you guys, still to come, we're diving into the Mariners. Seattle Times' Ryan Divish is joining us at 11. We'll ask him how spring training is going. Also take a look at the roster as it's taking shape right now. Before we get to that, we've been talking about a potential move or not of DK Metcalf. But what are the likeliest moves we actually see made by the Seahawks before the start of the league year next week? That's next.
4th down territory. Going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What part of football has changed, and do you like it?
2-point conversions. Like, we are chasing points. The game has changed. 2-point conversions and 4th downs. So we're seeing coaches dive into the data like a lot of people do with baseball. And I like it, and it is weird at the same time because I'm not used to seeing these 4th down conversions or attempts and these 2-point conversions.
4th down territory. Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here from my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Do you want to lose weight fast and keep it off? I'm Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I have a plan that has helped over 4,000 people in the Seattle-Tacoma area lose up to a pound per day. No surgery, no exercise, no box package food, and no drugs or injections with potential side effects. We have a team of health coaches that can support you every step of the way. Schedule your free 15-minute, no-pressure phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com and also see our incredible before and after transformations.
Yeah, Mike Salk here, and I am one of those 4,000 people. I lost 35 pounds in just 8 weeks, and it's exactly as Dr. Coogan said. I lost that weight while eating good, quality food that you buy at the grocery store, and it wasn't that hard. Call them at 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Let our proven system help you lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person at our Kirkland office or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
I just had Asset Roofing come out and do a full inspection on my roof because I wanted to be proactive and handle any small problems before they became big problems, and they were extremely professional with their communication and recommendations. You really need an expert on your side, and Asset Roofing is on mine. Allow them to work for you, too. You can find out more at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. Saturday night, May 10th. Experience the thrill of live MMA, boxing, Muay Thai, and kickboxing. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this exciting mixed martial arts event. The World Fighting Championships, May 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Are there any words to songs you always get wrong?
No, but I listen to you do it all the time.
Yeah, but mostly commercials.
You know what? I saw this this meme of Usher. I don't know if it was like imitation Usher or not. I was half asleep.
Okay.
But the guy said it's 7 o'clock on the dot. I'm in my drop top. What comes after that? Cruising the streets, right? So the guy was saying, who's in the streets? And he looked like Usher, and I couldn't figure out. I go, hold on, have I been saying this wrong my whole life? It's cruising the streets, right? So if that is wrong, then my whole childhood is a lie.
I gotta look this up. I'm thinking of more. I'm gonna look it up later, but I have the wrong words.
Stacy, you would have been invited to the cookout if you could have finished that line.
I know the song, but I panicked. No, I will never be invited to the cookout. I'll just sit in my car and wave. I brought a casserole if anyone wants one. I brought a Caesar salad. They'll be like,
there are ways. There are ways to get in. Trust.
What are the likeliest moves we see made by the Seahawks before the start of the league year, which is right around the corner? We haven't even jumped into tons of free agency conversations, but we do have to have some conversations about some moves that are going to be made to save cap space. Gino posted this tweet the same weekend he and the Seahawks for sure met to discuss a contract extension. Quote, "Thank you, Lord." Praying hand emoji, which I've been told is also potentially a high five emoji.
I've been told that too.
Never
but then
in my life have I used it as a high five emoji.
When I text in pray in the emoji search bar,
it's that
comes up.
It's not a high five, and whoever's doing that is lying. Schneider talked about meeting with Gino's guys.
We'll be meeting with him with his guys tomorrow. We hope to get an extension with Gino, and Gino knows he's our guy. We love him, and we want to keep going forward.
All right, boring answer, but bump at the top of this list. Likely moves we see, I'm going to say a Geno Smith extension.
Yeah, it's going down, young jock. It's going down, and it should go down. And I could see them extending Geno and then still addressing the position in the draft. To me, that would be the perfect scenario. The more I look at these prospects, the more I watch film, the more I break down scenarios, the more I'm like, all right, if you got a quarterback at 18 that you like, if Jaxson Dart is sitting there at 18 and you want to pull the trigger, you go ahead and do that, because the guard position is more of a developmental position you can get in the second and in the third round. Geno's going to be here. So hold your horses, buckle down, get ready for this. The number is what we're waiting for. How much do they value Geno here in Seattle is the next big question.
There's a portion of Geno's salary that becomes fully guaranteed when the new league year starts, so it's almost inevitable that they have to make some kind of decision, either an extension or a tough conversation risking a holdout, but that's going to be before March 16th, I think. Bump, what's something else you think we could see from the Seahawks before next week?
Before next week, I think we can see Tyler Lockett be released. And so unfortunately, I don't even like saying it. Feels like a sin saying Tyler Lockett being released for the Seahawks. But they got to make room. They have to find ways to acquire this talent that we want them to acquire, especially at the offensive line position. And Tyler Lockett's there. But the thing about Tyler Lockett is that he's going to be okay, right? He's going to have options. He can go to Vegas if he wants to. He can go to Kansas City and chase a ring if he wants to. He's that type of player. So I think that's something that we might hear before the new league year starts. It's going to hurt my soul.
Yeah.
But I will feel better knowing that Tyler's going to be okay.
I agree. I do not expect him to be with the Seahawks. It also muddies the conversation around DK Metcalf, because you cannot have a conversation about, well, do you move on from DK Metcalf without adding, well, you might not have Tyler either. You know what I mean? Like, it does make it trickier. So some clarity on that situation over the next week and a half, I think we're going to get as well. There's going to be some moves about salary cap space. Tight end Noah Fant, for instance, has a notable cap hit. Dre Jones, a couple other defensive guys, Uchenna Nwosu. We don't know what's happening with Fant or Dre Jones, but we do know that the Seahawks are interested in working on something with Nwosu.
You saw there was some maneuvering with a trigger date with Nwosu. Are you guys working on restructure to sort of lessen the impact of that cap hit with him?
Yes.
All right. You also,
but it's a process that we're working through, and we met with his guys this week, so we'll continue to do that.
Not every move has to be either cutting or trading someone. You can also work on a restructure deal to create some cap room. I'd like to see Uchenna Nwosu stay here. I don't know what that deal looks like, but it feels like it's just a tease every year. You see the potential of Nwosu being here, and then he gets hurt and isn't able to stay on the field.
It's just bad luck, man. I'm hoping it's not, knock on wood, like a Jamal Adams type situation where we saw him play well for a year, and then after that, he kind of falls off. And it's no fault to him. Injuries happen in this game. It's not a matter if, it's a matter of when you get injured playing football. His guy has a $21 million cap hit, $13 million dead. Here's where you lean on your culture. Are you bought into what we're doing here, Chenna? You see what this defense is doing. Could you imagine you on this defense leading the charge, being one of our leaders, you, Leo, and Ernest, just getting after these quarterbacks? We almost beat the Rams last year. These are the conversations you have with Uchenna and his representation when you're talking about restructuring, because you have to make it worth it for him, but you have to take care of him on the back end as well. So what you do is you paint the picture. And it shouldn't be too hard to paint because we saw what this defense looked like towards the end of the year. You paint the picture. This defense is awesome. We're going to take care of this offense. We got a new coordinator coming in. What we were missing was you, Uchenna. Could you imagine you playing on this defense? And don't trip. We'll take care of you on the back end. And we also need you to be a mentor to these young, or be a mentor to these young pass rushers. You got to sell it to Uchenna. But I think that the conversations we've had with Uchenna, it feels like he wants to be here. I don't think anyone on this team who is a main contributor is looking at the situation and thinking there's no hope. There's some positivity going on here.
To go back to the comment about some potential cap casualties, Noah Fant being one of them, what would it say to you or signal to you if the Seahawks were to move on from Fant?
It means that he didn't live up to his contract in their opinion, and that Kubiak thinks he can find himself a tight end to execute his offense, because we know at the tight end position in Kubiak's offense, you have to be physical. Noah Fant isn't the most physical tight end. He ain't no punt, don't get it twisted, but there's a certain type of tight end that I see when I watch Kubiak's film. And I think A.J. Barner can tap into that. And I think that Noah Fant can at times, but it has to be more consistent. These tight ends are going to go across the formation and block the DM. They're going to motion in the backfield and be a fullback running up the A and the B gap. You got to have some, what Dave Wyman says, stones to play in that box. Stacy, the box ain't for me. 5'11", $195. The box ain't for me. Put me on the outside. There's just a different mentality that you need to have in there. And if the Hawks don't think Noah Fant can do it, that's why they move on for him. Because you can get, like, imagine if Uncle Will Dissly, in his 1 to 2 years where he was balling, this offense will be perfect for Uncle Will Dissly, because you know he's going to set the edge. You know he's going to get up in the A-gap. He's going to do the dirty work. A guy like Noah Fant is more of an explosive perimeter type of guy, in my opinion.
Curtis, can you imagine Jimmy Graham in this offense? 1,000 yards.
Look at my chops for thinking about it.
1,300 yards.
Yeah, I don't think he's officially retired yet.
Let's call him.
Yeah, bring him back.
Jimmy, you're 36.
A shell of what you used to be.
What are you thinking, man? All right. Seattle Times' Ryan Divish joins us next.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
We are now speaking with the architect of your Seattle Seahawks.
How we doing, football fans? With Seahawks President of Football Operations and General Manager John Schneider.
My job is to do what's best for the Seattle Seahawks organization. I have to keep wrapping my mind around that and trying to communicate effectively.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
What's the standard the Seahawks defense needs to be held to under Mike McDonald?
The John Schneider Show.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Bombas makes the most comfortable socks, underwear, and T-shirts.
Warning, Bombas are so absurdly comfortable you may throw out all your other clothes.
Sorry, do we legally have to say that?
No, this is just how I talk, and I really love my Bombas.
They do feel that good. And they do good, too. One item purchased equals one item donated.
To feel good and do good, go to bombas.com/radio and use code radio for 20% off your first purchase. That's BOMBAS.com/radio and use code radio at checkout.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at ProSculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's ProSculpt.com.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 206-529-1111 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. The season's next tryout for adults ages 18 to 65 and older is this Saturday, March 8th at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-little leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Andre. Andre, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
My wife and I were going to get married, and we wanted to combine our insurance for both home and auto.
Were they able to save you any money?
The money they quoted us was actually the same as what we were paying separately. However, the coverage that we received was immensely greater than what we were previously receiving. It's quite scary how unprotected we were with our previous coverage. Under First Mark, I'd probably say we doubled the coverage that we had. It was a huge deal.
What would you tell others they can expect when they make that call to First Mark?
Take the 15-minute phone call. It's totally free. It's not going to cost me a thing. And the very least that could happen is just gain a better understanding. The best that could happen is you could either save money or get much better coverage, which is exactly what happened.
Andre did it. My family did it. You got to do it, and it's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
In a sea of thousands of competitors, Riverside Roofing continues to stand out. And guess what? They got openings this winter for your roof project. Call 425-949-8252 or go to riversideroofingllc.com. The roofing company you can trust.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Eagles are releasing 6-time Pro Bowl cornerback Darius Slay per ESPN's Adam Schefter. The move saves Philly $4.3 million against the cap. The 49ers sent wide receiver Deebo Samuel to the Washington Commanders over the weekend for a 5th-round pick. 49ers GM John Lynch had expressed a desire to get younger at wide receiver. What's unsaid is the desire to get cheaper. The Commanders are taking on over $17 million of Deebo's salary, and that helps a Niners team that needs to pay its quarterback.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. from the Quantum Fiber Studio
This is Bump and Stacy.
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross. Here we go now.
Joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline, it's the Seattle Times' Ryan Divish. Ryan, how's it going?
Good. How about you guys?
Pretty good, pretty good. I am obviously very curious about this Mariners team. The main conversation we've all had is whether they can start the season sooner than they typically have, or at least getting off to a faster start. What's hard for me, Ryan, is I feel like I can take nothing from spring training. Like, I'm getting no clues. I'm getting no hints as to whether or not I'm going to be seeing what so many fans are hoping. Is there anything this early in the spring training process that you can glean about this team?
No.
Fair.
It's weird. I mean, like, I've been coming to spring training since 2008, which makes me really old. Like 2008, in 2009, there were two Hall of Famers on the team, Ichiro and Griffey. That's how long it's been. And I've seen years where they played really well in spring training and come out and look terrible. I've seen years where they played awful in spring training, came out and got off to a decent start. And same with hitters. I mean, a year ago, Mitch Haniger had 5 homers and 3 doubles of his hits. He had a slugging percentage of like 900 down here. And then what happened? They played him too much, and he struggled. So no, it's hard to sit there and glean anything. If anything, the takeaway is like they're healthy. I mean, that's the biggest takeaway is they're healthy, at least in the pitching staff. And the pitching staff, the starters look good. They're out there making their turns. They're not missing any time. The relievers, the relievers that are recovering from surgeries, like Matt Brash, Jaxson, Trevor Gott, they're throwing. They're making their bullpens. They haven't experienced any setbacks. Andres Munoz is throwing 100 and got a changeup that might be the craziest pitch in all of baseball. So in that respect, I guess that's what you take away. A good start is if you have everybody healthy and ready to go. If Jorge Polanco is going to play in a game for the first time today. So, I mean, obviously he's tracking in the right direction. So I guess that would be the biggest takeaway. But as far as a fast start, you just never really know anymore.
Ron, you might have just answered this question, but and the ops might be listening, so you do what you want with this, man. How do you organize your notes? Because I would assume you're watching, the progression of the team, and you're taking your notes. You try to organize it. With all that being said, with you saying, "Look, I've seen them play hot in the spring and come out cold," and vice versa. Like, what do your notes look like? How do you organize your thoughts?
Yeah, well, when you have rampant ADD like me, Adderall helps a little bit to organize it. But no, you just kind of piece it together, and every day is different down here. All of a sudden today, Griffey shows up, and they just take a picture with Griffey, Edgar, and Ichiro in Hall of Fame jerseys. Like, okay, there's something interesting that you don't see every day.
Yeah.
But, you're watching stuff, too. I guess one thing that I do try and watch is the approach at the plate from players. I mean, there are some guys up there and they're working on their swing or they're working on stuff or whatever, but what are they doing at the plate? Are they looking for certain pitches? Do they look comfortable? Something like, for me, watching Colt Emerson yesterday have a 14-pitch at bat against German Marquez, who is a former All-Star and has real stuff, and will be one of the most coveted players at the trade deadline. That's something you take away because that's a process versus a result. I guess that's what you're trying to look for down here. What is the process like versus the result? Are they doing stuff, like with the starting pitchers, are they working on stuff? What is their process? Are they working on these new pitches or whatever? Are they getting ahead like Emerson Hancock throwing a new sweeper? That's important. That's kind of how I organize it in terms of importance. But, it's still cool to see a bomb. It's still cool to see Laz Montez hit one 400 feet or, somebody make that Felony Celestin make a great play in the field or even all those kinds of things that you do take away from that. It's all kind of, I don't know. I just make it up as I go, honestly. I've been doing it so long, it's like you'd think I'd have a better plan, but no.
You go on vibes.
I'm still a zoo. Yeah, I'm still a zoo every day.
Hey, tell me a bit more about Munoz changeup, and if there's any other new pitches that you've noticed from anyone else that kind of seem like they could be something real here.
Yeah, so they call it a kick changeup. I don't know. The name, I guess, comes from the grip because you kick up a finger. And so it looks kind of like a spike curveball grip almost, but you hold it and you throw it like a changeup. And Munoz throws it at about 90 miles an hour, and it had the first time he threw it in a bullpen, it had 10 inches of sink, vertical sink. Gracious. And that's not normal. Devin Williams, who has one of the best changeups in all of baseball, he averages about 4.5 to 5 inches of sink. When Munoz threw it in the live BPs, he threw a couple. He won to Cade Marlowe. It was just nasty. And that one had 6.5. So even like at 6.5 inches of sink, that's better than most people that throw a changeup. So that's, you kind of just, you're like, how does he do it? And the thing is like, Luis Castillo showed him the grip like 2 days before. He played catch with it a bit and then took it into the bullpen and, scared the hell out of Cal Raleigh, who didn't realize that, he's throwing a changeup. It's not good. And all of a sudden it almost hit him right in the cup because it dropped so much. So, that's pretty crazy. Emerson Hancock has added a sweeper, slider, which he really needs as a pitch to kind of go horizontal versus because all of his stuff is pretty vertical, up and down, sinker, changeup. George Kirby, Bryce Miller added cutters. I had a Dodger scout say to me that George Kirby adding a cutter to go with his two-seam fastball is extremely unfair to normal hitters. I'm trying to think who else. I mean, like, you're not part of the cool kids club unless you're adding. I think, only Luis Castillo, who's just cool in general, he's not adding anything. And Brian Wu he tinkered around a little bit with a grip on his curveball, but other than that, but that's what they do. I mean, why not experiment? This is the time. Why not, try something else? I'm sure, like, bump, you're on the golf course and you're on the range and you're like, I didn't putt very well today. Why don't I try the claw grip versus cross-handed or something like that? Why you can always try something because you can always go back. The one thing I just talked to Cal about this is their Mariners are really good about being, allowing their pitchers to be creative in all of this. And I'm actually writing a story on this, being creative and trying new things and that stuff. But at the end of the day, they also make them focus on the 2 or 3 pitches that make them good in the first place.
Yeah.
But, if everybody else is adjusting to you, then you got to keep adjusting as well. It's a craft. It's not just it's a skill and a craft. It's not just a talent.
Luis should take one away. That would be a power move.
Hey, what is that process like? Are these new pitches player-driven? Does the coaching staff come to a guy like Munoz and say, hey, let's try this? Obviously, you just pointed out him, fooling around playing catch with Castillo. But is this typically a player thing, or do you think coaches do some research as well and say, well, let's try to add to this young man's arsenal?
It's usually a player-driven thing. Bryce Miller is one who, like, he'll see somebody that throws a pitch in a game and, like, Pete Woodworth is mimicking him, going, well, I reckon I could try that. That might help me, and then they go and he goes and looks up the grip and then looks at the spin or the shape profile and the spin rates and then goes into the bullpen and tries it and usually can replicate it on some level. And so, they all kind of come up with it because they see they'll see pitchers of a similar kind of body frame or similar pitch profile have success with something. And they're like, well, if I had that, I could use this, And so, like, for Miller and Kirby, having a cutter kind of goes off of the two-seamers that they throw, and it's effective on lefties because it just kind of gets in on their hands a little bit. We saw what the splitter did for Logan Gilbert and Bryce Miller. It changed them completely because neither of those guys had a good changeup, and that offered a changeup. And so, I asked Pete Woodworth if he ever said no to anybody trying anything. He said he couldn't remember. But, like, at the same time, they don't always recommend. But if a player says, hey, I think I want to do this, then they'll look into the profiles and then kind of get in a way of teaching it and let them experiment with it. Like, they just don't let the pitchers kind of run off on their own. They have input and they talk to them and say, here's what you need to do and here's how you need to make it work. And also, like, the workload of it. They don't want somebody just sitting there and throwing 20 splitters in a row just trying to figure it out. They want them to still kind of maintain their other work as well.
You're getting more time around Dan Wilson. Ryan, I know that we haven't seen enough of him as a manager to truly and fairly compare and contrast it with Service. But as far as your early impressions, is there much of a difference in managing style or personality?
I mean, like, there's like, minimal differences in a lot of ways. Dan's still a nice guy. Scott over time, I mean, that's one thing is like, I think I covered Scott for 9 years. He isn't the same. He wasn't the same manager he was when he first started. Like when he first started, he was a control freak. You know, he was a control freak that wanted to like control everything we wrote, try to, you know, tell us everything. And by the end, he just kind of realized that like, we're going to do whatever the hell we want. But like Scott got really good at explaining things and like trying to offer up like logic to their decisions when fans would be upset about things. Dan is still kind of in that feeling out stages. Like, you know, oftentimes he's telling us what he thinks he should say versus what he really wants to say. But like we've seen it kind of change over time. You know, it's the everyday aspect of it all. From a managerial like strategy standpoint, you know, the roster, he don't have a say in the roster, neither did Service. So he's going to have to manage according to what he has. And that's a Jerry DiPoto and Justin Holler decision about what players are on the roster and how they do things. You know, so we'll still see some platoons and we'll still see, you know, how they want to play, you know, how they do the bullpen matchups and all that kind of stuff. I do think that like there's a simplicity here, you know, like Dan kind of, there's not as many meetings, there's some stuff like that, a little more simple, a little more of just kind of letting the players do their own thing with an overall bigger message of like, hey, focus on the little things that you need to be good, focus on being simple at the plate, all those things. And I think that's what they're trying to do is like, yes, you have all these data out here and all these numbers and everything, and it's good to have and it's good to use. But at the end of the day, you still have to just be able to compete and play baseball without letting all that stuff affect you. So they're trying to simplify that approach with their pitching, they're at the plate, how they go about team things as well.
Ryan, I don't know how many more times we're going to talk to, but I'm going to say a few more times. And every other time I'm going to ask you about this because I'm so intrigued about second base, about Demo and Ryan Bliss. Obviously, Demo is projected to be the guy there, but I want to know how much pressure do you think Ryan Bliss is putting on Demo at second base?
I think he's putting on some. I think part of it is just it's going to be based too on like what Polanco looks like in the next few weeks. Is he healthy enough to be ready to go on opening day? They project that. So his presence at third base kind of changes it. You know, Ryan Bliss has played well this spring. He still made a few mistakes in the field, and you know, there are times where fastballs get on him. But I think his recognition of what he needs to do and how he spent his offseason, you know, he had some great quotes to Adam Jude just talking about, like, not being able to hit the fastball and being exposed and, you know, having to learn from that. I think that's been big, and he's made a lot of adjustments. And, you know, I do think his level of athleticism, his ability to run the bases, there is some pop in his bat. Like, you can see why he would fit on this team. I just don't know that they know if he's ready to be there out there every single day. If he gets exposed again, maybe he goes to AAA and shows them, or maybe he's in a platoon. Like if Jorge Polanco is not 100%, then Dylan Moore's probably going to have to play some third base. And then, you know, there's an opportunity for Ryan Bliss. And then, like, you look at as well, you have Leo Rivas, who's the best defensive player out of all of them. And, you know, they need somebody like that to play shortstop. I mean, they could keep him. You know, do they keep how they work their outfield? I mean, you have Haniger still. Do you keep him as like an emergency outfielder, mostly DH? Like, they have some weird kind of options and decisions they have to make with the last couple spots on their roster and how they're going to do it. But I do think that, like, you know, if he continues to kind of grow and progress as a player, yeah, I do think that he's a guy that they see as being a near everyday player at second base when he kind of figures it all out.
Hey, Ryan, I apologize for framing this question a little strangely, but it'll make sense in a second. Julio Rodriguez is obviously the most important player. They're going to be counting on him a ton. The better he plays, the better this team season will be. Is there another player on this roster that maybe isn't like a superstar, basically I'm saying besides Cal, that you think, for better or worse, this team is clearly going to be counting on this player? Like, this guy has more pressure on his shoulders than maybe we realize.
Yeah, I mean, like, I would either go with Randy or with JP. You know, a year or 2 years ago, JP was, you know, he led the league in walks and was like second in on base percentage, and he hit 20 some homers or 19 homers, and he was a presence at the top of the order. And he, you know, when they couldn't hit, it was him and Ty France. When Julio was struggling, it was JP that carried that team offensively. I don't think maybe he can be that type of hitter in terms of power numbers now. Maybe he can, but like, he's certainly better than the guy that hit just above 200 and struck out 30% of the time. And I think a large part of that was due to being injured and the injuries, the nature of the injuries, you're talking about oblique and hand, both things that will affect your swing. And he said he was playing through a constant amount of pain last year. If they can keep him healthy, I think that's the one thing too. Every time it seemed like he was getting healthy and starting to have some success at the plate, he got hurt again. Mm-hmm. So I think if they can keep him healthy and keep him out there, I think he can be a major difference in that order, because he is so competitive and because he didn't, normally doesn't strike out a lot and gives you a competitive at bat, and he will situationally hit. I think he's big. And then obviously Randy, his numbers have been trending down steadily, but he still has a lot of talent. Whether or not, can he be somebody in the top of that order to help out Cal and Julio? Because that's what they need. They need help from Randy or from JP or from Polanco or somebody to help those two guys. I think Rayleigh will be who he was last year, maybe slightly better, and they'll see more time. But they need somebody else. They can't just have two guys carry them. I mean, that's what's been happening so much over the last 3 years, is like one or two guys are basically carrying the entire offense, and that's why they struggle to score runs. They need more consistent production from at least 3 or 4 guys instead of just 2 to do all the heavy lifting.
Ryan, before we let you go, if you would remind listeners what you got coming up here for Seattle Times.
I'm working on a story just on the different pitches and like how you come up with it and the idea of being creative and their thinking about it. We're writing about Jorge Polanco's first game today. I think what else? I have a roster projection coming on Tuesday. I think Adam Jude has got a fun story about Ryan Bliss and J.P. Crawford.
Nice.
He's working on, so we got a lot of stuff. Oh, and Mike Varela is here, and he has followed, I did that big story a few years ago on following Cal around for an entire day. And then Adam did the story about following Logan Gilbert around for an entire day and all his stuff. Mike was smart. He picked the guy that doesn't get here at 5 a.m. He picked Terry Hill, and he followed the guru around for an entire day, soaking up the knowledge of the infield and the 6 F's of fielding. And so he's working on that, and I'm sure that'll be great. Perry's always entertaining. And so we got a lot of good stuff in the Times, that's for certain.
Can't wait to read all of it.
Subscribe. Get me a raise.
Yeah, really, you guys should. I read it every single day. SeattleTimes.com. And there's an app. He is Ryan Divish. Thanks so much, Ryan.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yep. See you guys.
Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, how did Cam Ward's journey help him at the NFL Combine?
I don't know. I think most people know about his journey by now, but was a 0-star coming out of high school, went to Incarnate Ward, and then 2 years at Washington State and 1 year at Miami. But every single year, he got better. In 2022, 64% completion rate. 2023, 66. In 2024, 67. And the competition has got better and better and better. Also, his touchdown to interception ratio pretty much stayed the same, improved in a touchdown situation. 2022, 23 touchdowns to 9, and then 25 to 7. Last year, 39, which led FBS to 7. His rating went up, 130, 145, 172. All Cam Ward did was get better and better and better. And you listen to these scouts talk about Cam and how he understands multiple offenses, right? I'm going to assume he's had at least 3 coordinators dealing with Incarnate Ward to Washington State and now University of Miami. We've seen him go under center. We've seen him in the shotgun. We saw him with a run game. We saw him without a run game. He's battle-tested, and he has his chip on his shoulder. I was so excited I got to cover Washington State, obviously, the last, 3 or 4 years, and watching him perform and talking to him after the games, you just felt like he was destined for something. You didn't know what it was. You didn't know how great he was going to be. He's probably going to be the number 1 draft pick in the game.
Crazy.
So the fact that he went from 0 stars, he went to 3 different schools, had 3 or 4 different coordinators, got better every single year is a testament to him, his family, how he was brought up. I'm really excited and proud of Cam Ward. If you ever met him, I think you will like him.
I feel like I kept hearing, is it Shedeur? Is it Cam? Is it Shedeur? And now it feels like Cam has separated himself as the almost consensus number 1 pick, and then people aren't quite sure what's going to happen with Shedeur. And then it's like, now here comes, Jalen and Jaxson, and what's going to happen. It's good for him for separating himself
That's
that way.
That's the NFL for you, man.
Yep. Second down. After the Combine, who are your top 3 hopefuls for number 18 for the Seahawks?
Number 18. I'm going to start with Jaxson Dart. This is in no specific order. I'm going to start with Jaxson Dart. If they do draft Jaxson Dart, then I think a lot of the people who are worried about Geno can just relax for a little bit, okay? Let Jaxson Dart just marinate. Let him develop behind him. Also, Nick Umanwari, everyone's talking about him. My dude ran a 4.3, and you know what I did? I had to stop myself. I caught myself tapping into what I see on the text lines. Legion of Boom, Legion of Boom. Stop talking about the Legion of Boom.
Don't do it.
It ain't going to happen, even though he would have fit right in with the Legion of Boom.
Don't do it.
Just with his physical capabilities. And then also, I want to talk about, I talked about him already, Gray Zabel. He didn't run the 40, but he looked great in his lateral movements. Watch the film of this young man. He'll be good in the screen, good getting out into space, but he is a guard who can move. And then I've got an extra one. I'm going to go Tyler Booker as well from Bama. He looked good. Now, this is just a pageant show. They are in tights and shirts, and you have to watch the film. So if you do have someone that you liked during the NFL Combine who looked good in their tights and their shorts, right, you look at those measurements and then you go and watch the film and you try to make the connection. That's the tough part about evaluating these players. There are some that you just know are going to go. I'm not worried about Dylan Sampson. Dylan Thompson or Dylan Sampson, the running back from Tennessee. Not worried about him. He's going to be great. I'm not worried about Genty. Nothing's guaranteed, but there are some guys who just film speaks for itself, and you don't have to look at the measurements. But yeah, that was fun to watch. I love the Combine, even though it kind of means absolutely nothing.
Third down. What needs to come to an end immediately?
Stop making linemen run the 40. There is no reason for a lineman to run the 40. But what you do is you have them run 10s. This 10-yard splits. For the most part, if a lineman doesn't touch a body for 10 yards, he probably ain't going to touch nobody because everyone else is gone. I'm looking at some of these guys who ran some fast 40s, and I think the fastest 40 went to this young man, anyway, out of I forgot what school he went to. And then they said his draft grade is mid-round draft grade, but they're praising him for his 40. If you want to evaluate, especially offensive linemen, just go watch the film and then look at the 10-yard splits. I don't care about nothing else than the 10-yard splits when it comes to these offensive linemen, because you're not going to ask them to run 40 yards down the field. If they do, that means this probably was an interception, and they're trying to tackle a guy that their quarterback just threw the football to. Get rid of the 40. It means nothing to me. For the linemen.
Fourth down. Why do you think Will Howard had struggles throwing the football at the Combine?
My man completed 73% of his passes while he was at Ohio State. 4,000 yards, 35 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. This is going to sound crazy. None of those receivers, minus maybe 2 or 3, were as good as the receivers he was throwing to. He was throwing to Jeremiah Smith, who they say right now will be the first pick in the draft if he were eligible. He was throwing to Emeka, who right now is projected to be a first-round pick. There's just a chemistry that just wasn't there. And if you are going to drop his stock so much off of him throwing routes on air to receivers he doesn't know, then your evaluation card needs to be revoked. Go ahead and watch the film of this young man. The only guys who benefit from this are the guys who just are 100% accurate, who came out of nowhere, who are going to go from an undrafted guy to maybe like a late 6th or 7th round pick. Will Howard, I wouldn't put too much into this, man. He throws to some of the best receivers in the game, and they were not there. Give the man some slack.
Feels like a mistake to read too much into throws, too. Like, was it at his pro day or the Combine that Zach Wilson made this amazing throw, and then people were like, wow. Curtis, do you remember?
Yeah, his pro
day. And
Crazy.
people were like, that's the most amazing thing we've ever seen. He's drafted 2nd overall. It doesn't work out.
Malik Willis rolls to his left and tosses one up to the sky like 70 yards. And everyone's, oh, my God.
Yeah.
Watch the film.
Heisman Trophy winner Travis Hunter is getting plenty of attention, but not for something he did at the Combine. Instead, it's for something he said afterwards. That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
People still weighing in on Geno and options, alternatives. Some saying, well, you guys are just satisfied with mediocrity. Some saying, get rid of him, take that 45, put it all into the O-line, and in 2 to 4 years, you're going to be ready to go.
With who at quarterback?
I don't know.
Somebody that you draft this year in the third round, like Russell Wilson?
Well, maybe somebody you draft in the next year's draft when it's going to be maybe a better quarterback draft. I don't know. This feels like the wrong year to be looking. It doesn't mean one of these guys won't become superstars. We'll see.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Music that moves your soul. Food Event Center Thursday, April 24th. Get tickets before they sell out at muckleshootcasino.com.
Looking for a smart way to improve your home comfort without breaking the bank? 2 words, heat pump. John Curley here. Upgrade to Home Comfort Alliance heat pump and get efficient heating in the winter and cooling in the summer in one unit. Heat pumps use less energy and are environmentally friendly. Plus, enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through March. Home Comfort Alliance for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com or in stores at your local CVS.
We at 3 Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Our friends at Mazda of Everett always offer you their lowest price. Shop over 800 new Mazdas online at MazdaofEverett.com. Click on Get the Mazda of Everett price for their best deal. Shop MazdaofEverett.com or stop in and meet our friends at Mazda of Everett, located in Everett at 11409 Highway 99. If you're shopping for a new car, make sure our friends at Mazda of Everett are on your list.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the Centerstone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It is The Timeline on Bump and Stacy, reading you the top stories you're going to see and hear about on your own timeline. We're going to be started here with Travis Hunter, obviously a two-way player in the NFL. Another famous two-way player, Shohei Ohtani, has clearly been a comparison, not in terms of clearly doing the same thing, but can this player do both in the major leagues? That's been the question. Travis Hunter believes he does. Not only that, but he said playing football both ways is harder than what Ohtani is doing in baseball.
Probably me, what I do in football, because it's a lot on your body. You know, Ohtani, he's a great player, but you got to do a lot in football.
He's wrong. He's wrong.
No.
He's wrong. Hitting a baseball is the hardest thing to do in sports. It is the hardest thing to do in sports is to hit a baseball. Imagine standing in front of Munoz and he got that changeup he's throwing at you and it's dipping 10 inches. Like, it's the hardest thing to do.
Yes.
Physically, what he does is harder, right? Being tackled and running and all that stuff. But then you can look at the pitchers and the force they put on their elbow and their arm and all that stuff. I think he's wrong, but I think this is part of what makes him great, is that he's so confident in himself and what he does. But hitting a baseball is the hardest thing to do in sports. So not only is Ohtani just mashing the ball when he's in the batter's box, now he's making fools look silly. So he is dominating when it comes to hitting the baseball, hardest thing to do in sports. And then he's dominating when it comes to throwing the baseball, making these batters look silly. So I would disagree with Travis Hunter, but I ain't mad at him. You're supposed to think that way.
Chad Johnson, 100% on board with you, said exactly that. Travis Hunter doesn't realize how hard it is.
I got to get Travis Hunter in a batting cage. I got to get him in a batting cage. Not even anybody pitching, just the machine. Let a fastball come at you 95 miles an hour. Athletically gifted as you are, I want to see you try and hit it. So you get a better understanding. Yeah. The comparison is not even close. The two most difficult things in life are hitting the baseball and keeping a woman happy long term.
Just slipping that one in at the
never
end.
lied.
To his point, it's not just Shohei Ohtani does both. And sometimes he's the best at both.
The best at both.
You know what I mean? It's not so. Travis, imagine you're leading the league in receiving yards and also interceptions, or something just absolutely insane. What Shohei Ohtani is doing, it feels almost offensive to say, "Oh, a generational talent." It's just something we will never see again.
Nah.
We will never see it before.
Not
we
in
have
my
never seen it,
lifetime.
and we will never see it again.
We won't. Maybe like 100 years from now, you might see somebody doing something like that.
I don't know if we're playing in like little space bubbles. I don't know what's going to be happening with the planet at that point. But I think that's exactly that. It's just Travis Hunter just kind of talking. He's a young guy. He doesn't know better. He's young. He doesn't.
He'll look back at this clip 10 years from now and be like,
sure.
yeah, I was tripping.
I'm sure. The Packers, next story, are refusing to renew season tickets for those who have sold 100% of their seats for multiple years.
Good.
It's a controversial decision because you're going to have people saying, well, I can't afford to go anymore and I need to make that money back, and it's not my fault that I can't afford to go. But that's the Packers' decision. The reclaimed season ticket rights will then be offered to fans on the team's very lengthy waiting list.
I ain't mad at that at all. Because when you think about football, you think of Green Bay and Lambeau. Like, that's one of the first teams you think about when you think of football. And if the Green Bay Packers are tired of their, air quote, loyal fans giving away their tickets, you got to do something about it. Home field advantage is real, and it should always be there, man. So I applaud the Green Bay Packers for doing this. Now, I also feel for the people who say, I can't afford it. Well, you know what? They can't afford you selling it to the Jacksonville Jaguars and having Duval up in that piece, jacking up the vibe.
And you don't have a right to those tickets.
Even though they're not going to travel that far, especially not when it's cold. Jacksonville is something different. But it's about representation of your squad and the support you have for your squad in the stadium. I'm 100% for this. I wish they would do that here in Seattle. Be mad at me if you want to. I know you can't afford it. I sympathize. But I also hate walking in that stadium, walking around that stadium, and saying, excuse me, to the Dolphin fans every 10 seconds because they're overwhelming our stadium. I'm with that 100%.
I completely empathize with the idea of needing money. I also think owning season tickets is not this like fundamental human right. The idea of feeling wronged because a team, and this is what kicks in for it too. It has to be selling 100% of your tickets over multiple years.
Hundo.
This isn't like, this is not affecting, hey, we're season ticket holders and we could only make one game this year and blah, blah, blah. This is affecting people that are doing this as a side business.
Oh, yeah, they got a business.
You know
they
what
got
I mean?
LLC selling them tickets.
And it's perfectly within the rights of the team to be like, make money elsewhere. Choose another business venture.
Mm-hmm.
We are a company at the end of the day, and we are well within our rights to say, we don't want you making money being like a pure reseller for our tickets. So sorry. Like,
Man.
I think we always frame it as this kind of like, you don't understand how unfortunate. It's like, that's not what this is about.
Imagine the young man or woman who inherited those tickets from their grandfather or whatnot and decided to make this a side hustle, and now you just killed it for your whole family. They're not going to be able to go, shame on you. I know there is a situation out there like that. Thank you, Green Bay, for standing up.
Someone said, do you have the same energy for corporate ticket holders who give them to whoever they want and never sell them? Typically, those are Seattle-based companies who give them as a sales staff to Seahawks fans as a gift.
They're not profiting off of them.
Yeah.
No, it's a different thing. But again, I don't know why anyone would be like massively defensive about this.
No. Unless they're doing
Unless you're the one selling.
I just find it interesting that when I'm watching the Seahawks game, I see a ton of complaints about the number of opposing fans. And then if we say, well, hey, those fans, you're kind of hurting the home field attendance by reselling your tickets, then you get people going, how dare you? It's like, well, pick one.
You know
Pick
what?
a lane. Do you want to be mad about the opposing fans there or be mad about me saying that people shouldn't resell their tickets 100% of the time?
I want the most expensive Cadillac out there, but I can't afford it. Like, I could go and get a line of credit for that thing, but I can't afford it. So I'm not going to do it. So if you cannot afford the dang season tickets, don't put yourself in that situation.
That's what Kevin and Callie, regular listener, shout out Kevin. Of course you guys feel that way. You don't have to pay for your season tickets for yourself. You get to go for free. I attend games and sit in the press box to work, but you want to know what? I've never had a Seahawks ticket in my entire life. I have never attended a Seahawks game as a fan in my life because my family could not afford tickets. I'm not sitting here crying because I don't have season tickets. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm right there with Stacy. I think over my sports fandom, I've gone as a fan to like 3 or 4 Seahawks games.
I get it. It's sometimes prohibitively expensive. It was for my family, and it is for a lot of families. But like, I don't know. I don't think it's a controversial. This is not people who can't afford to go to games. This is people reselling every single ticket over multiple years. They are
multiple years.
They are not actual like diehard fans. They are using it to make money as a side hustle.
Making money, yeah. You're profiting. Chill.
Yeah. Let's see. Last story here in the timeline. Lionel Messi missed Inter Miami's. Yeah, Miami's. Miami.
Wow, look at you. You're fancy.
Road trip to play the Houston Dynamo on Sunday because of his workload. The problem, Houston didn't know this was happening until the day of the game. So fans were very unhappy. The lowest ticket price on the secondary market was $200. Obviously, they're there to see Messi. So as a make good, Houston offered a complimentary ticket to each fan in attendance last night, which is awesome.
Yeah, he hit him with the LeBron on All-Star Weekend move. Like, listen, I ain't going to be there. When Messi signed with Miami, the first thing I did was look at Stacy went right over her head. She didn't even pay attention to that.
Yes, I am.
No. The first thing I did was look at the ticket prices in L.A. I got family in L.A. I'm like, all right, let me go see what those tickets are. It jumped from like 80-something bucks to like $500. So I understand. You go to games anticipating to see certain stars. If I take a train ride to watch the Portland Trail Blazers play the New York Knicks, Jalen Bronson better be playing. If I go down there and they're playing the Lakers, LeBron and Luka better be playing. That's the reason why I'm buying that ticket. So good on Miami for making it right with their fans.
It just came out. I just said it. It felt right.
It is right. I mean, you're saying it right, honestly.
Yeah.
Years ago, Dave Wyman was doing a read for, it was back when he was hosting Hawks Live, and it was at a restaurant, and they had him say what was on the menu that night. He said salmon instead of salmon. Gave him a hard time for that. It was great.
Hey, I had a read with that word, and I stopped myself. In the middle of the read, it's the Seahawks,
salmon?
and I go, salmon was on, and I go, salmon. I'm not going to read that the wrong way. Will not do it.
Coming up at noon, be careful what you wish for. What are the Seahawks' realistic options if they blow it all up? That's coming up at noon.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Mike Tirico, best in the business, just phenomenal.
And ditto back to you guys. I seriously do a bunch of these, and a lot of folks do a great job. You two as a combo in this show is really, really good. I hope the listeners enjoy and appreciate what they have, and I always love coming on with you guys. You're both wonderful, so thanks so much.
They don't. No, they just make fun of us all the time, so that's fine. Thank you for telling them that. Maybe somebody will finally convince them that that's true.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We know finding a company to trust with your home is a big decision, and one we look forward to earning with incredible service, top quality products, and lifetime warranties. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are feature rich with our sound package that reduces noise by 50%, clean glass technology, and added protection with our exclusive First Guard 3-layer security glass. Learn more about all of these features at lakewashingtonwindows.com. Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Your favorite Seattle sports show is available anywhere you go through the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Full shows and interviews, exclusive video and articles from the home of the Seahawks and Mariners.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
If you're looking for a new Mazda, go see our friends at Mazda of Everett. With over 790 new Mazdas in stock at 11409 Highway 99 in Everett, they have something for every budget and credit type. Save up to $3,970 on new Mazda CX-5s. Come meet the team and see why they've been Washington's largest Mazda dealer since 2015. Exceptional service and always their lowest prices. Visit in-store or online at MazdaofEverett.com today. MSRP for stock number 26315 is $30,585.
John here with Happy Hauler. We want to help get your unwanted items to those in need. Furniture and household items you plan on throwing away? We'll take them and prioritize donating and recycling. keeping items out of the landfill and giving useful items a second happy home. Happy Hauler is Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We work with over 20 nonprofits all over Western Washington to donate used items. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
It is that time of year, homeowners. You start thinking about that roof with all of the rain and probably snow coming, and you wonder, do I need a new roof? Do I need a repair? Or even what is happening up there? Well, I was thinking the same thing, so I had Asset Roofing come out and do a full inspection for me, and they were extremely professional. The communication was great every step of the way, and the best part is they sent me a detailed report with pictures showing me what they saw and gave me the recommendations. And what you really need is an expert on your side, and Asset Roofing is on my side. Allow them to work for you too, especially if your home is surrounded by trees like mine is, which leads to the moss growth that was happening. Your roof is supposed to last upwards of 20 years, so a yearly inspection is a very small price to pay for adding to the lifespan of your roof, saving you big money down the road and giving you peace of mind. Find out more at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
If the Seahawks really are drafting the best player available, like if they go full on with that philosophy without considering need at all, you might get some really weird picks at 18. If they stay at 18, and they look at the big board and they go, this is the most talented player left. I don't know that it's going to be a center bump. I don't know that it's going to be a guard. So let's go over some intriguing names. And I just need you to tell me, like, would your head explode if they took this player, either out of frustration or excitement? I don't know. It could be either. Really capturing headlines from the Combine. South Carolina safety Nick Emenwari. Trevor Sikkema actually mocked him to the Seahawks in one of his mock drafts for Pro Football Focus. He also broke a couple Combine records from Sports Illustrated. His 43-inch vertical was the highest ever recorded by someone weighing at least 200 pounds. He also recorded the longest broad jump among safeties and the second fastest 40-yard dash at 4.38. Basically, he's just an athletic freak.
Yeah, this dude is ridiculous. And then you turn on the film and it all makes sense. You see him break on the football, grab these interceptions when the ball's in his hand. He is trying to go to the house. I've seen a couple mock drafts, and the first one I saw has San Francisco taking him at 11. And the reason why San Francisco would take him at 11 is because Hufanga is due to get paid now. He's coming off an all-pro year, the year before, I believe, all-pro and Pro Bowl type of year. And like you mentioned at the start of the show, the reason why they're willing to get rid of Deebo Samuel is because you got to pay Brock Purdy. What do? You draft yourself a young safety to help out that defense, knowing that Salah is back and he's going to be helping out. It's the perfect situation, honestly, for the 49ers. The other one that I saw had the Baltimore Ravens taking him at pick number 27. If he is available at 27, that means the Hawks saw somebody else, obviously a offensive lineman, maybe even a quarterback that they like there as well. And then the last one that I saw was no, it was just those two. Yeah. So it was the Niners and the Ravens taking them. I wouldn't be opposed to it because if they do go that route, they're taking the best available player. So now what does that mean? You got Jay Love, Rashawn Jenkins, who's looking for a trade partner now, and you have Kobe Bryant. If they were to grab him, you got your trio of safeties that you need because we saw them play a lot of 3 safety looks there. I'd be excited. I'd be surprised and excited at the same time because we all know what this team needs to do, which is focus on that offensive line. If they make this move, that means free agency, they're going with a big boy.
It would be like a Devin Witherspoon move where you're going, what are you doing? You need an edge rusher. You need a defensive lineman. What are you talking about? Add to the trenches. Why'd you take a corner? And then he ends up being one of your better players. I know that there are some people that feel like he should do more, but I'm sorry. He's a Pro Bowler. He's one of your best defenders. He's incredibly versatile. I think that people are starting to key in on, well, what if Seattle takes this guy, not just because of Seattle's rich history with defensive backs, but also because they go, well, Kyle Hamilton was such a weapon for Mike Macdonald with Baltimore. Maybe Mike Macdonald needs a special weapon in Seattle that he might not have quite yet. So it's an intriguing pick. Someone else that would not help your offensive line at all, at least not not by playing, Boise State running back Ashton Jeanty. He is not mocked to Seattle, He is, where is he at on the big board? Fairly high. He's 5, at least on ESPN's big board. But being a running back, that doesn't always mean going at 5. It can mean going much later.
Mel Kiper 2 days ago said, was it Mel Kiper? Mel Kiper, Jake Genty. Yeah, a couple of days ago, had him at number 20 to the Denver Broncos. If Genty is sitting there at 18, you better take a strong, hard look at that. Because what does that mean? If they were to go grab Genty at 18, that means that the commitment to the run game is for real. It is necessary and it's real. And could you imagine a healthy Ken Walker and Genty in the backfield, you sprinkle in a Zach Charbonnet, and then the odd man out, not out, probably still be on the roster, would be a McIntosh. That means the commitment to the run is for real. And would I be opposed to this? No. I'm all for grab the best player available at this point, because I feel like there's enough offensive linemen in free agency that you'll be able to bring in somebody. As long as you're not bringing in like a 36-year-old, 35-year-old like we did with Laken Tomlinson last year. No disrespect to Laken, but you want somebody who's going to be here for the long haul and be able to build. In my opinion, you need one offensive lineman to bring in at the guard position and develop the other one with either a Chris Haynes or a Laumea, a Terrell's more of a tackle type of guy. But you got some bodies over here that you can use. Again, I wouldn't be mad. I'd be surprised, but I wouldn't be mad.
Would you be mad if chosen at 18 is ESPN's 13th best player, Michigan tight end Colson Loveland?
That one I'd scratch my head a little bit. That one.
The pause.
Yeah, I might scratch my head a little bit on that one. I just talked about how important the tight end position is going to be in this Kubiak offense, but I feel like the type of tight end that he needs in addition to A.J. Barner is out there. You can get him later on in the draft. You don't need the extremely dynamic type of tight end. You already have that potentially in A.J. Brown, I think. You need a guy who says, look, I'm just here to block. If you throw me 5 passes this year, then so be it. But my main objective is to put guys on their wallet. Big up Steve Rabel. I'd be surprised with that one.
Okay, so maybe if you're John Schneider, you move the philosophy to the side when it's a tight end. And you just go, I don't know. I don't know that I need a first-round tight end. He might be the best player technically on my big board, but I don't know that I'm going to take that guy. What about defensive line? Michigan defensive tackle Kenneth Grant is actually on ESPN's big board, number 18.
Mm-hmm.
If let's say you move on from Dre Jones, or I know he's an outside backer, but that you deplete some veteran presence from your defensive front seven.
Well,
do you look at
Dre Jones slid into the inside as well. He was kind of doing both. So if you were to do that, again, wouldn't be surprised. I would understand it. You want to make one side of the ball that great. And the better side of the ball right now, as far as talent and consistency, the way that the season ended, is the defensive side of the ball. Mike McDonald might be looking at this defense and having flashbacks of black and purple. Not saying they're going to be that. Not going to be the Baltimore Ravens with Queen and all those guys they had over there. But no, wouldn't be mad at all. Best player available, go ahead and take him.
Well, and I feel like if they were to take Kenneth Grant or any other like premier defensive lineman, let's say, because he just happened to fall to them and was so clearly the best defensive player available, it kind of goes to the conversation we've had a million times so far about the Eagles, right? That the Eagles keep replenishing at positions where they're already elite and they have just monstrous depth, but that ends up serving them because they end up just being elite in the trenches. And maybe they have questions elsewhere, but they don't just plug and play like it's a fantasy football roster. They look for look, this is a guy we can't turn away from. We'll find a place for him.
Who's the most important position on a football team? Quarterback. And you saw what they did to the best quarterback in the game, the Philadelphia Eagles. They had 4 monsters down there that had Pat Mahomes running like a toddler when he doesn't want to take a bath.
Trade DK, get a cheaper quarterback, cut Dre Jones, all 3 moves and many others we're about to mention. Save the Seahawks money, but what's the real cost of blowing this thing up? Let's talk about realistic options for some bold calls from Seahawks fans next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
I think you play as long as you still love it. You of anybody would be on board with that. You've talked about it a million times. It's no good on the outside, and you were trying to make a comeback at 40. And
except for this show, I wouldn't leave, seeing Matt and Mike every day. I mean,
it's really what brings joy to you every day, those two.
Even if a team came calling right now, theoretically, said, Wyman, we want you.
You're trying to kill me, right?
Yeah, you got one play in me, and I'm going on IR for the rest of the season.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Guys,
I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Looking for a smart way to improve your home comfort without breaking the bank? 2 words, heat pump. John Curley here. Upgrade to Home Comfort Alliance Heat Pump and get efficient heating in the winter and cooling in the summer in one unit. Heat pumps use less energy and are environmentally friendly. Plus, enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through March. Home Comfort Alliance for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here. And as a former college and professional player and quarterback in particular, the years of wear and tear and some of those hits left my knee and some of my body in some constant pain. On and off the field, the weight room, all those heavy squats and all of it. In fact, my knee was really bothering me last year. That's why I decided to try stem cell injection therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine over there in Kirkland. And really, it was an awesome decision. With Dr. Dan, the procedure itself was so quick and easy. In and out, same day. Next day, I'm out watching football practice, a baseball game, and the staff was absolutely A+. And my knee, well, it's a whole lot better now, and I'm back to squatting and enjoying a much better quality of life. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. Over 30 years of experience. No one, and I mean no one, has more experience in pain medicine techniques. You can reach him at 425-823-4000. That's 425-823-4000 or DanielNelsonMD.com.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, 149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. 149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. Let's talk stats. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the state of Washington ranks number 4 in the whole U.S. for the highest concentration of roofers. That's literally thousands of roofers to choose from. So how do you know how to pick the right one for your home? Well, you start by eliminating those who aren't GAF Master Elite certified. That's about 97% of all roofers. So now you're down to the elite 3%. How many have over 35 years of experience? How many utilize the catch-all system to keep yards and driveways clear of any debris? Family-owned with local roots and have the stamp of approval from the Mike Salk household? Well, that leaves you with just one, the roofing company you can trust. That's Riverside Roofing. In a sea of thousands of competitors, Riverside Roofing continues to stand out. And guess what? they have openings this winter for your roof project. So have them out to your house this week. Call them at 425-949-8252 or go to riversideroofingllc.com. They are the roofing company you can trust.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Cincinnati Bengals have placed the franchise tag on wide receiver T. Higgins, this for the second straight year. Meanwhile, over the weekend, the 49ers sent wide receiver Deebo Samuel to the Commanders for a fifth-round pick. 49ers GM John Lynch expressed a desire to get younger at wide receiver. Left unsaid was also a desire to get cheaper. The Commanders are taking on over $17 million of Deebo's salary.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Be careful what you wish for. We're going to talk about some of the Seahawks' realistic options. If they do, I don't want to say blow it all up, but I'm going to say make some pretty drastic moves, or maybe some moves that we've heard discussed by us, by fans a lot. Not all of these moves are going to be made, but all of them have been explored as potential ways to save some money, open some salary cap space, maybe offload a piece that you don't want to pay, whatever it is. So the point of this exercise is to say, hey, we all talk about trading DK, right? The potential of it. What if you can get a first rounder? Well, what comes next? What is a realistic path look like if you do that? So if you have questions about specific ones, you can send those into the Mac and Jax text line, 866-979-3776. I'm going to save Gino and DK moves for near the end of this segment because we talk about them to death. They are the most interesting to me, but I know that people are waiting for some other ones. So we'll start with this. What if the Seahawks release Dre Jones? They move on from Dre Jones. What happens next? Where does that leave you?
That leaves you with hope and young talent, whether that's guys who are already on the roster or an individual or two that you plan on getting in the draft. And the Dre Jones move, I don't think would shake things up as much as the other moves that we're going to talk about. And the reason why it wouldn't is because he's, top 4 when it comes to cap hit or something like that, 4 or 5 when it comes to cap hit, and you just haven't been able to get the production that you want out of him. Doesn't mean that it can't happen. He came over from Denver and he had, his best year, 6.5 sacks or something like that, and just hasn't been able to get it done. A lot of the times, it's just a situation, right? You're in the wrong situation, wrong defense. Your D coordinator, defensive lineman isn't speaking your language, and you're just not executing. But that move, I think, would clear off some cap, and you could rely on some young bulls. The thing about defense is you can expect a young defender to come in and shake stuff up immediately. On offense, I think it's a bit different. It takes some time at a lot of positions other than the running back spot. But that D-line, and Dre Jones has played on the outside and the edge. He's played inside too, which is he's versatile, which is that something you miss out of this. But you just haven't gotten the production that you thought you would get out of him. No disrespect to Dre Jones. He can go somewhere else and find success.
Yeah. Let's see. Did you want to do Noah Fant? I have. I know I asked you about that earlier.
You can do it.
Maybe quickly. So another one I've seen is release Noah Fant. Just that salary is not worth it for a guy. I think primarily people are looking at yardage and then obviously touchdown totals. He didn't get a touchdown until the last game of the season.
Yeah.
And I think it's fair, right? Like it's a fair critique to say, are you overpaying someone compared to the production he's giving you? But maybe I, Bump, as not an analyst, don't see the ways Noah does help.
I think Noah's style of play is what a lot of teams are looking for in the NFL at the tight end position. And I think that maybe even last year under Grubb, he could have been utilized more. Remember, there was a time where he caught 28 of 28 passes thrown to him at some point. Maybe I'm off a little bit. Anywhere between 25 to 30. He can play some ball, but it's about his value to this offense. If Ryan Grubb were coming back for another year, I would look at Noah Fant and say, yeah, you probably want to keep this guy around because there are some things that he showed towards the end of the year that I feel like Ryan Grubb can tap into. in this new offense, this Kubiak offense, you just need some grimy, gritty type of tight ends. Not to say Noah Fant isn't that or can't block or none of that. I'm not saying that at all. Just the style of play is a bit different. It's like trying to get a traditional power forward to play that way when the Golden State Warriors were just hot and throwing the ball all around. They're playing small ball. It's just you can play in this league, but this probably just ain't the right situation for you. That's kind of the way I see it with Noah Fant. And that's because of A.J. Barner. I think that you can invest in that young man and allow him to grow. And what's messed up is that certain players get to a point in their career and you almost pigeonhole them. You know, you're almost like, well, this is who he is. This is who he's shown. Whereas A.J. Barner hasn't really shown that he's that fierce blocker, but it was his first year. Like, he's young. We can teach him. We can see his attributes and imagine him playing at that level. With Noah Fant, I think that even for his career, he'd want to be in an offense to where he's utilized a bit more, going up the seam and not having to play that wing position and block the way that this offense is going to ask him to do. So big ups Noah Fant. If he comes back, I ain't mad. I am not mad at all because we know what he can do. But if they were to go on from him, that means you're investing in A.J. Barner. You are getting probably another tight end off the street, and you might draft a tight end from Iowa, another tight end from Iowa later on in the draft.
All right, now let's get to some of the spicier moves. If you trade DK Metcalf, well, then what? So now we're moving this conversation to, okay, let's say you do it. You pull the trigger, you send DK Metcalf away. What's the realistic path to still being competitive? I don't think people want to trade DK and then say, okay, like now I want to lose. No, the idea is that you immediately become competitive. So what do you do? What's it look like to actually move on from DK?
If you move on from DK Metcalf, a lot of people are anticipating you're getting a first-round pick. You're not going to get a first-round pick, I don't think. No disrespect to Metcalf. We just, earlier in the show, you list off a bunch of wideouts who got traded, and the highest one was a third-round pick, right? I don't think you're not going to get a first-round pick for DK. So what you're doing is you're saying we're going to go to this draft and we're going to find somebody else. And what you're saying is that we don't need this type of receiver in this offense right now. And this type of receiver is a seasoned receiver who makes some of the biggest plays in the game the last couple of years. I think it was third or fourth last year when it came to receptions over 20 yards last year. A guy who can be used on the backside of formations or whatnot, especially on these rollouts when it comes to Kubiak. But you're banking on going to the draft and finding yourself a receiver who's ready to go, which isn't as big as a gamble as it would have been maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago.
I do agree.
Because these receivers are better now. They're bigger, faster, stronger. They're more equipped. They got a lot more reps. Like, the game is different. 7-on-7 has changed everything. And then the college game resembles the NFL game a lot more now than it ever has before. Therefore, these guys are ready to go. Not saying it can't be done, but not something I want to lean on. If you get rid of a DK Metcalf, I think naturally more pressure goes to JSN, and I think he can handle the pressure. I mean, he's a good receiver, inside, outside. But there's nothing like a 1-2 combo. The best teams in the game when it comes to throwing the football typically have a good 1-2 combo. The Bengals have it. The Chicago Bears have it. No, they're not one of the best, but they have it. You got Philly who has it. Commanders just got theirs. You need that. So you're banking on young talent developing fairly quickly and contributing, which can happen. We've seen it happen before.
Someone said package DK in our first 18 for a top 10 pick and a second or third. I don't know what top 10 team would give that up for DK plus a second.
A top 10?
That would give up I don't know a team, unless I'm misreading this trade. I don't think there's a team that would give up a top 10 pick and a second round pick for DK Metcalf.
Nah, with DK.
For swapping DK and 18. Like, I get the logic because we're looking at the AJ Brown trade. Like, I get what we're doing here.
It's just how deep the receiver position is. Like, in any draft, and this isn't even a good draft when it comes to receivers. Like, last year, it was a better draft. But this year, it's not even a good draft.
No.
So, because receivers are so deep and so well developed, I don't think guys are willing to roll the dice on a guy like DK. The only time you do that is when you have a Jamar Chase or a Justin Jefferson. Tyreek Hill, not anymore. Maybe 2 years ago you would do it with that. But I feel like receivers are just like quarterbacks, right? With quarterbacks, there's only about 4 of those guys that you would just bank the house on. Like, look, man, I'm betting everything. Take my house, take my keys. I'm betting on these guys doing their thing. At receiver, I can only really think of like 3 guys that I would do that.
Well, and to be fair, the context of that maybe makes it more likely DK could command a higher return in draft pick. If you're like, free agency's bad, T. Higgins is the best option, and the draft doesn't have a ton of clear first-round talent. But it's just so hard for me to believe. You also have to talk about, obviously, not having that weapon. If I take the inverse and I say, okay, so let's say you give DK Metcalf an extension. Well, now what? You're paying him, let's say, $31 million per year.
You're paying, you're paying for something that you've seen. You've seen, what is it, 3 1,000-yard seasons in a row? You've seen him put up numbers comparable to Randy Moss in the first 5 years of his career. You're paying for something that you feel like you can rely on, and that is still fairly young. And it's still a gamble. Nothing's guaranteed. We've seen guys get paid and then come out and not do well. Christian Kirk got paid. We ain't seen nothing from him.
And started, but really was a catalyst for so much of
he
that.
started that stuff, right? He started that. Big ass Christian Kirk, all the receivers getting paid. Christian Kirk, you're the guy. But you're paying for what you know and what you believe in. And I think that's what I lean on when it comes to DK, because I know that when he's healthy, he's one of the better receivers in the game. Not top 3, but one of the better receivers in the game. And that's something that I trust. In any sport, it's about gaining that trust between the player and the coaching staff. Are they going to trust you to, one, be great off the field, not get in any trouble, show up every day, go to work, and then perform? If you can do all 3, they're going to create plays for you, matchups for you. And DK's been that type of person. I know people want to point at the personal fouls or whatnot, and I think that's been blown out of proportion a bit. Last year wasn't that bad. But as a coach, and I promise you, as a coach, you put up with some of that from DK Metcalf. Why? Because you've seen some of the numbers that he's put up over the last 3, 4, 5 years.
I'm honestly less concerned about any personal fouls and more concerned about the best versions of DK being more consistent.
Yeah.
Like, that's if DK wants to get a personal foul because he gets in people's faces and he's an emotional player, I'll take that if he can be better at some of the things that we've knocked about his game. Like, I don't know if it's like a, terminology more than I do, like a point of attack thing, but like what things separate DK from a clear top 5 receiver?
We'll just point at the 2 best from LSU, wide receiver U, apparently. LSU and Ohio State, wide receiver U. Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. Like, their route running is just Justin Jefferson is the best route runner in the game right now. Probably one of the better ones I've seen since Ocho Cinco. I think Ocho Cinco might be top 2 best route runners I've ever seen. And when you're a good route runner, it doesn't matter how a defender plays you, right? I'm sure there's a game plan when it comes to DK. This is what he doesn't like. This is what he does like. With Justin Jefferson, the same thing. If I'm a DB against Justin Jefferson, I'm going to get up in his grill and make him work. But you realize once he passes you, he's got so much wiggle and body language, he's good. Like, imagine, those things on the side of the road that blows air in it, and their arms are just flying everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, that's Justin Jefferson. He got that wiggle. He can influence you and take you anywhere to more where DK's more of a structured, like, solid line type of route runner, and they each have their advantages. So I think the main thing would just be is that you can run any route you want to with Justin Jefferson. So where with DK, he can run them as well, but the body language and the influence just isn't going to be the same.
I think it's okay to ask if you're paying DK to say, I need more. Like, I need more from you. And if you move on from DK and trade him, I think it's also okay to accept, like, you may take a step back. Like, I'm sorry. I think that it is actually much harder than it's been pitched as to replenish that wide receiver talent, especially when you don't have Tyler Lockett.
It is.
Moving on from DK is different in the context of also moving on from Lockett.
But I also see where people might be enticed to do it because they're seeing these young receivers. Like, Brian Thomas had a great year. He's just stuck in Jacksonville. No one's talking about him. Malik Neighbors had a great year. So who else had a good year last year? I think Drake London, his first year, had himself a good year. So you're seeing these young guys come in and perform. So I understand why people would explore that because of what they've seen out of these young guys.
Okay, last one. If you move on from Geno, and I'll start this by saying I think we'll hear about an extension for Geno Smith. I don't think they're moving on from Geno, but I think there are a lot of people that say, please just cut ties. I am ready to try something new. So what would that actually look like? Like, what would it look like if the Seahawks said, you know what, we're actually going to trade Geno, or we're actually going to just kind of cut ties. We think he's going to hold out if we don't extend him, so we're going to release him. Like, whatever it is. If you actually move on from Geno in 2025, what's it look like?
All right, there are a few things it can look like. A lot of people want to see Sam Howell. I wonder if you guys still want to see that experiment. That's a route that they can go. I don't think that's a route that they would go, though. You can also bank on grabbing a quarterback at that number 18 spot. And if Jaxson Dart is there, I'm completely fine with him grabbing the quarterback at the 18 spot. Or you're exploring free agency. So you're going to get rid of Geno and end up paying a quarterback who's at one good year, who I think if he's in the right situation to Sam Darnold, he can do it again. But one good year out of Sam Darnold. And now you're, man, it's, you ever watch that show Alone on History Channel or Discovery?
The one where they're like stranded in the wilderness
they're
and
by
they have
themselves.
to see. So good.
By themselves, right?
Yes.
And they got this little plot of land that they're trying to survive on. That's what it will feel like. It's like now you're searching. Where's a Russell Wilson? I've been searching for a Russell Wilson for 4 days. I can't find it. Where's a Kirk Cousins? I can't find him neither. Now you are scraping to get by. No disrespect to those guys. I've had great careers over the last decade or so. But it doesn't give you the feeling of catching some fresh salmon and cooking it that night. You know, you're eating berries and stuff on the lawn. That's what it feels like. It would feel like to me if you're looking for a Kirk Cousins or Russell Wilson. So your best bet is to stay with Geno. All right, so let's speak hypothetically. Let's say that Geno is gone, and you get a Kirk Cousins, and you get a rookie receiver, and then you go and get a tight end off the block, or maybe you draft one. How are you feeling about this football team at this point?
If the rookie receiver is a drafted receiver, like I'm very intrigued by Jaxson Dart. I am intrigued after a really strong combine from the athleticism and potential of Jalen Milroe. I don't know that either of these, you might have to trade back and take Jaxson in the first round, but like, it means not replenishing another position group. So by virtue of drafting one of these quarterbacks, you're not getting someone else that you could really use or someone else that's really talented that could help you a little sooner. I'm assuming in this scenario, you're starting a veteran and then letting this young guy play behind him. I don't know. I am very intrigued by Seattle's future at quarterback. Because long-term, it just simply can't be Geno by virtue of his age, right? I'm talking 10 years. Like, what could a potential franchise guy look like?
What kills me about that 10-year thing? I hear these scouts talk all the time. Oh, this could be your guy for the next 10 years. How often does that happen? This could be your guy for the next 10 years. It don't really happen like that.
True.
We got to stop looking at quarterbacks 10 years.
Maybe we look at 5 years.
Give him 3 or 4. Let's go 3 to 5. Let's go 3 to 5 years is how we got to start looking at that position.
Deal. Okay, so I don't know that Geno is going to be the best version of Geno in like 2029. Which would be beyond the extension I think they're going to give him. I do think a 22-year-old coming in here could develop, especially if he's super athletic, but selfishly, I would love to see them win as many games as possible in 2025. I just think Geno is the best way to do that. And I understand the temptation of it, but I don't know, man. It's a huge roll of the dice, and I at least know what I'm getting with Geno. I'm pretty confident in what I'm getting with Geno.
I think Geno can catapult you to another level if you draft a quarterback and allow things to just develop and marinate. It's almost like if you cut Geno, you're rushing it. You know, like you're trying to force the situation right now, not realizing that you have so many other pieces that will allow you to be competitive and get into the playoffs while letting a quarterback just sit and learn and marinate. And then maybe it takes a year or two. You extend DK, he's 28 years old now. K9 is in his second contract. He's 25, 26. He's in his prime. Like, there are positions, young spots right now. Spoon is in his third or fourth year. He's in his prime. Like, your job is to, when these young players hit their prime, that you're ready to go right now. I think getting rid of Geno or going a different direction, whether it be a young guy that you drafted or old guy that you're bringing over, it's just going to delay that process.
Well, and very related to what you're saying that I'm thinking about now is this is actually exactly what you've been saying because you talked about pitting guys in boxes. I think the assumption is always when a veteran has been playing in the league for long enough, you've seen everything there is to see from that player. And we're always intrigued by the younger, untested option. We're coming off a weekend where it's like, look how fast Matthew Golden was. Look how exciting and crazy athletic Nick Emenwari is. Like, here's this young option. Look how fun it is to talk about Jaxson Dart. I'm having so much fun talking about these quarterbacks. I loved the reviews from Jory about some of what people were saying about Jalen Milroe. Like, the floor is Taysom Hill on steroids is a great line from a scout. All of that being said, I think a good exercise is wondering, how much more can I get from the players I have? And I know coaches think about that every single day of like every single year. But as a fan and as a host, I think it's helpful to sit back and go, have I seen DK's ceiling? Like, have I truly seen it? have I truly, truly seen Geno's ceiling? And what things could this team do to get them there?
DK's best year, so far when it comes to yards at least, and receptions, not just yards, was in 2020. He had 1,300 yards and 10 touchdowns. I guarantee you DK is a better receiver now than he was in 2020 with those numbers. His best receiver when it comes to receptions was in 2022. He had 90, 1,006. If DK doesn't miss 2 games this year, so I was wrong. He goes 2 years in a row with 1,000 yards. If he doesn't miss 2 games this year, he's 1,100 yards easy with maybe 7 or 8 touchdowns, and you might feel different about this situation.
So is it an offensive line thing? Like, how do you unlock more? Is it a different kind of coaching? Is it tough coaching? Is it an offensive coordinator? Like, how do you unlock more from DK?
It's all the above, right? Offensive line protects the quarterback. Geno makes great decisions, and then you design things for DK. And every offseason, players watch their film, they self-evaluate, and hopefully they have someone in their corner that tells them what they're great at and what they need to work on. And DK's in the lab right now. He's in the lab as we speak right now. And he's working on this game, and he's getting better. And he's learning this new offense under Kubiak, and Kubiak's job is to find ways to get this man the ball and let him eat. Because if you have 2 1,000-yard receivers on your squad, that tells me a couple of things. Your quarterback is playing efficient ball, and your run game is going too, because these guys are getting open, especially in a Kubiak offense where it's run first for sure.
Someone said, can you fill me in? I don't understand why it's so necessary to give Geno an extension. He has a year left. Why not have him play next year and see how it goes and go from there? I think that the idea, and this isn't just Geno, it's not just Seattle, is always, is a guy going to hold out? This is the best time to get an extension done. What if he does ball out and the next year he's more expensive and a free agent?
Yeah.
You can't stop him.
And it's just common practice, too.
It's just a common practice. It's the same reason we're talking about the class of 2022.
Yeah.
All of them have a year left, but we're all going, are they going to extend Charles Cross? Are you going to extend Ken Walker? Like, this is kind of when you would make those decisions. It's a good question because I think the natural thing would be, we'll let him play out. Also, to the 360, an extension can create wiggle room for a current cap hit. So if you extend Geno, you create more years to push some money back. So you're not paying Geno, $40 million or I don't know what his cap hit is this year. I'm totally blanking.
I think it was like 44 or something like that.
So you're not paying him $44 million.
Yeah.
Maybe, 2 years down the road, he's got a notable cap hit, and it sure sucks if he's not on your roster or not playing well. But for 2025, you got to lower it, and you have a little more wiggle room to
That's
add.
the main reason. It's cap. You're trying to save money so you can acquire more players.
Yeah, usually those cap hits are highest in the later years of a deal, and Geno's in the last year. So it's the same thing you're doing with DK. Like, yes, you would be paying, I'm sure DK would be asking for $30+ million, and that's his cap hit this year. But you could lower it this year and kind of push that back. I don't know, man. It's I think there's more to DK's game, and I think there's more to Geno's game. And I don't think that either will be given a top-of-the-market extension. Certainly not Geno. Geno's not going to get what Dak Prescott's contract is. No argument that Geno can make will make the Seahawks sign him that deal.
Nah, he is who he is. He's about $40 million, and then DK, I think, can ask for 30. And asking for 30 will soften the blow with the cap hit as well. I think people misconstrue that sometimes, that if him asking for 30 doesn't mean that the cap is going to go up. It's going to go down because they're going to take care of all that stuff on the back end.
All right, you guys, still to come. Speaking of Jaxson Dart, we are going to bring on Ben Garrett, who's On3 reporter that covers Ole Miss, and ask him about Jaxson, some of what he's seeing. Jackson's been mocked as early as 20th, and so he could be available there for the Seahawks. So if you are someone who, over the course of this conversation, goes, you guys didn't convince me. I'm sorry. I want them to draft a quarterback. And you really like Jaxson Dart. You are going to learn a ton from this conversation, taking a look around the NFL next.
Brock and Salk.
Every morning from 6 to 10.
One of the great things about working with Brock over the years has been his ability to help us get essentially every major top-tier play-by-play and color analyst for the NFL, right? We've talked to Jim Nantz, we've talked to Al Michaels, Chris Collinsworth, Troy Aikman, Joe Buck.
No wonder my back is so jacked up.
Makes sense, all the work that you've
carrying you for 15 years.
Thank you for that. I really, really appreciate it.
Hear the show anytime on demand by subscribing to the Brock and Salk podcast.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's
something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save over $1,000 in your first year versus other major carriers. Plus, ask how to get iPhone 16e on us. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment tax and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual savings vary.
It's the granddaddy of them all, the Seattle RV Show, March 6th through 9 at Lumen Field Event Center. Hundreds of new models, over 1,000 floor plan options from over 50 manufacturers. It's your best chance to save all year. Tickets at SeattleRVShow.com, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For over 55 years, you've trusted us for roofing, siding, windows, decking, and gutters. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors.
Sports is in Arizona for spring training baseball. Go behind the scenes with Wyman and Bob all this week from 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Does your yard need shade, privacy, or a little brightening up? Look no further than Big Trees. I'm Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. At our 30-acre location, there are thousands of trees to choose from and knowledgeable staff, including a board-certified master arborist, to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Visit the nursery and learn more about Big Trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly
Our friends at Mazda of Everett always offer you their lowest price. Shop over 800 new Mazdas online at MazdaofEverett.com. Click on Get the Mazda of Everett price for their best deal. Shop MazdaofEverett.com or stop in and meet our friends at Mazda of Everett located in Everett at 11409 Highway 99. If you're shopping for a new car, make sure our friends at Mazda of Everett are on your list.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Taking a look around the NFL, we are going to start in Cincinnati, where the Bengals have officially placed the franchise tag on T. Higgins. This is the second straight year they've tagged for T. Higgins. He'll be making $26.2 million on the tag. That's a fully guaranteed one-year deal, unless they reach an agreement on an extension, or he's traded and then reaches an agreement on an extension with another team, a la Frank Clark with the Seahawks to Kansas City.
Listen, I know he wants that long-term security. I feel you 100%. That's why these guys hold out and they want that. But $26 million to play the receiver position, guaranteed unless something else goes down.
Yeah.
You can't be mad at that, but it's a great consolation at the end of the year when you're looking at your paycheck.
I know. I think a lot of players just look at like the length of something. They're like, this is the only guaranteed money I have left in my entire career is this one-year deal versus, let's say he's making $26 million average annual value, but he's like, but I have guaranteed money. I got 108 guaranteed or whatever it is.
That's why Myles Garrett won a new deal. He's like, look, I got no more guaranteed money. I don't want to get guaranteed money here. Send me elsewhere. If he had guaranteed money left, maybe he'd feel a little more reluctant to request that trade. But T. Higgins, man, he's probably the second or third best, first or second best number 2 receiver in the game.
It does become a stranger free agent market. Obviously, T. Higgins was set to become a free agent, and he was going to be the best wide receiver available. That's now an even weaker free agent market for wide receivers.
It is, man, because these guys are old, right? Diggs, Allen, Cooper, Godwin's 29 all the way up there. Cooks is 31. Hopkins is 32. Mike Williams is 30 already. That happened so quickly. Yeah, it's not
snuck up on me.
Yeah, it snuck up on me quick, right? Because he was with the Chargers out of Clemson, I believe. Yeah, that happened too quickly. But yeah, it's not great when it comes to longevity.
Yeah.
But if you need a number 2 and number 3, you can find one.
Next up, the Eagles are releasing 6-time Pro Bowl corner Darius Slay. The move will save them $4.3 million against the cap. I believe it's a post-June 1st designation. It's so weird to see them move on from Slay, but when you think about it, they're incredibly deep defense and just had a lot of development with what initially looked like a very young secondary.
Yeah. I think because of what they can do in the box, it takes less pressure on the outside, right? You have 4 defensive linemen who can get after it. You have 2 linebackers who have been balling. One that was actually hurt, didn't even actually play that much. They're looking at that box and saying, on the back end, we can sacrifice a couple of guys. And, again, go younger. If you are strong at one position, especially when it comes to the hogs, the bigs, it takes pressure off the outside. You cut some weight there, and you find yourself a young bull.
Next up, Fox's Jimmy Johnson announced on The Herd that he's retiring from TV after 31 years.
Probably the most fun I've ever had in my career, and that's counting Super Bowls and national championships, was at Fox Sports. But I've made an extremely difficult decision. I've been thinking about it for the last 4 or 5 years, and I've decided to retire from Fox. And I'm going to miss it. I'm going to miss all the guys, and I'll see them occasionally. But it has been a great run starting back 31 years ago.
Not super shocking, but also a very cool move to be able to announce it yourself.
31 years in the game. I've been watching him my whole football existence. When it goes back to the Cowboys and now him on TV, it's going to be weird not seeing him stand there with the guys.
Yeah.
But it's like you said, it's also cool to do it on your own terms. Go out there, play some golf. Jimmy, just relax. You deserved it. Heck of a run.
I always think about how weird it'll be in general to not have longtime voices you're just familiar with. Like, what happens when it's not Joe Buck or Al Michaels is just regular voices that you hear, a number of other guys, right? Like, eventually it'll just, and I think we'll become accustomed to it over time, but I'm sure in 15 years I'll be like, wow, none of the people that I listened to for most of my young adult life are broadcasting. It's going to be really weird.
Sad day.
Right? It's going to be like Jaxson, Smith, and Jigba in the broadcast booth, and you're like, wait, what? When did that happen?
For real.
Where did time go? All right, next up, Rams head coach Sean McVay says they never got close to trading Matthew Stafford.
How close did it get to you losing Matthew Stafford? Or
It
trading
never
him?
did. It never really got close. I think the important thing, Dan, was at the start of this process, and I've been pretty open about some of the communication and the clarity that was deserved. And I had some growing up to do when we ended up making the move to acquire Matthew for Jared Goff, to acquire Matthew and move Jared Goff. And so wanted to have clear, open, and honest dialogue throughout that process. But the end goal in mind was always to be able to get him back. And I realized how much I wanted to get that solved when I've been sleeping so much better over the last couple of nights than I was the previous couple of weeks.
Obviously, McVay on with Dan Patrick. Do you think that this is, hey, we both made up, we restructured this deal, all sides are feeling great, or do you think it actually did get kind of close?
The Giants had an offer already printed out, ready to go. The Raiders had an offer already printed out, ready to go. And they allowed Matthew Stafford to go out there and see what was out there. I think he's painting a pretty picture, and I think that it probably wasn't as close as it seems with the offers being on the table.
Yeah.
But to act like it wasn't a concern, I would slow down a little bit. I guarantee you they were preparing for life without Matthew Stafford.
Yes.
They were looking at Aaron Rodgers. They were looking at the draft. They were looking at Kirk Cousins, trying to figure out, okay, if this doesn't work out, what are we going to do? So, no, I think it wasn't as bad as we probably thought, but it wasn't something that he wasn't concerned about.
Yeah, I don't buy the exact line of it never got close. Like, maybe not in terms of, wow, we're about to make this deal. Do you want to take a second to think about it? But we heard from several NFL insiders on with us, no, this is real. Like, they could seriously deal Matthew Stafford. This isn't just gossip and rumor and kind of off-season fodder. There are real discussions happening, and there could be some potential movement here. So,
yeah.
Is it good news or bad news he stayed in the NFC West?
It's bad news for us.
Okay.
Good news for him, familiar. He loves McVay. He knows that offense. He has a great defense that he's working with. Puka's the number one. The Rams are going to be Super Bowl favorites next year.
Yeah. Next up, the agent of Jets backup quarterback Jordan Travis said that the Jets tried to rush Travis's rehab back from a dislocated ankle that he suffered his senior season at Florida State. Just continue to file this under bad news about the Jets always. So his agent said the exact quote, "They tried to rush him. It was too fast." He said his rehab with the Jets wasn't the best. "There was pressure on the coaching staff, and they tried to get him going sooner than the timeline really was. That caused the setback, and then we had to shut him down completely."
What did ownership get for the Jets? Grade?
F.
F. There's an example right there. And who knows how much of this is true, but I think that it's also in the best interest of the organization to try to get players out there sooner than later, right? They want to see what they have out there in their product. So, it doesn't surprise me because the Jets don't have the greatest reputation when it comes to anything in football at this point. But I also think that on the other side, it could be exaggerated just a little bit because they're going to push you. And you're dealing with two sides, right? Travis's side they have their own doctors and their own specialists, and then the Jets have their own doctors and specialists, and they got to try to meet in the middle somewhere. So if one side, meaning the Jets, is nudging a bit more, even if they're trying to push it a week or two, Travis's side is going to be like, what are y'all doing? Like, you're trying to force me back. So you take this for what it is.
I think there's also probably some not unspoken, but things that you don't have to be accountable to in terms of pressure. So the Jets told Rich Cimini they adhered to the plan created by Travis's own surgeon. Okay. Well, that doesn't mean there's not pressure. That doesn't mean they're not hinting at like, hey, it'd be a great time for you to get back out there. Like, pressure can look and sound like more than just saying, hey, we're going to actually cut 2 days off of this, so you're going to be ready by Thursday. Like, it can look and sound very different.
Pressure could be, all right, instead of running 75% today, let's run 85%.
Yeah.
Let's ramp up your conditioning or your training a little bit. There are a lot of ways this can go.
All right, very excited to bring on 3 Ole Miss reporter Ben Garrett coming up at 1 p.m. We got a lot of questions about Jaxson Dart. When we had Brian Nemhauser on with us and we asked him about potential quarterback fits, and none of us really thought the Seahawks would take a quarterback in the first round, but when we said, is there one that seems intriguing to you, Brian said Jaxson Dart would be a very intriguing fit for the Seahawks. we're finally having a conversation about what it might look like if the Seahawks do take a quarterback there and if that quarterback is Jaxson Dart. Again, that's coming up at 1 p.m. You can get your questions in for what I need to know to the Mac and Jax text line. Matt, don't make fun of me because I know the number, 866-979-3776. Again, 866-979-3776. Coming up next, we're going to get back to this Deebo Samuel trade, talk about what the potential return could be for DK Metcalf, and also what Deebo being out of the NFC West means for the Seahawks. Don't go anywhere.
The John Schneider Show.
With Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
You're down at the Combine. What's the biggest priority that you want to know about these players?
Yeah, I would say having our coaches here this year, interviewing the players in person and watching them interact, how they respond to the teaching, and can they teach the coaches. That's probably the most important thing this year. We didn't bring the guys last year because everybody was just installing our systems and getting going. So it's pretty cool having those guys here this year.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
I just had Asset Roofing come out and do a full inspection on my roof because I wanted to be proactive and handle any small problems before they became big problems, and they were extremely professional with their communication and recommendations. You really need an expert on your side, and Asset Roofing is on mine. Allow them to work for you too. You can find out more at assetroofingco.com. That's assetroofingco.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
This is a test of your emergency alert system.
Washington State ranks number 5 in the country for auto theft. The most high-risk vehicles are Kia, Hyundai, Ford F-150, F-250, and F-350. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Spring is finally here, and so are spring projects. So get them started at Harbor Freight's parking lot sale. This weekend, save on products like pressure washers for $69.99, 42-inch roller cabinets for under $500. Plus, 30% off Hercules corded power tools. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until 3/9/25 while supplies last. Limitations apply, so spring in before it's over.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
At Chain Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know.
That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, your crown is disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I was losing my identity altogether. Well, I've got some good news. It's a simple one-day treatment that worked for me. The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. It starts growing new hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly memberships. Those can help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair in specific areas like I did? You decide how much, how thick, and where. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to the world-class leading doctors like Dr. Perungo, it's not a maybe your hair will grow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and they are the team that I personally recommend. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What's a Deebo trade mean for the Seahawks? Plus, is Shedeur Sanders falling in the draft? It's kind of two separate topics, but I find them both interesting, so here we go. Deebo Samuel traded to the Washington Commanders for a 5th-round pick. The Washington Commanders would have had to give up something a little higher, maybe a 4th-rounder, but ESPN's Jeremy Fowler explained that because they're absorbing $17 million of Deebo's salary, they wanted to give a lower pick. Makes sense. Deal. Deebo is out of the NFC West, but remains in the NFC and is now going to a contender. What does any of this mean for the Seahawks bump? And do you think that there's a world where Deebo still becomes an elite weapon for the Commanders?
It means there's one less weapon to wonder about or to game plan for when it comes to the 49ers. But I tell you this, man, Jawan Jennings, extremely underrated receiver.
Yeah.
Ricky Pearsall, we saw what he did towards the end of the year. And then we all know Brandon Ayuk, when he's healthy, he's good. And then don't forget, they still got Jacob Cowling over there. Bear down, big ups Arizona.
That's right.
They're going to be okay with that. They just lose a certain kind of player, a player that you can line up in the backfield, even at tight end, at wide out. It doesn't matter. You give Deebo the ball. He probably's thrown a pass too. I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's probably thrown a pass for the 49ers before. So what that does, it just gives you one less thing to worry about. But I think they're going to be fine. Can he become an elite weapon? I think that he will always be best as the number 2 option as a receiver. I don't think he has the route running or the ball skills when the ball's up in the air, going up, reaching out and grabbing it out the air to be a true number 1. But he's a number 1 in his own fashion. He's a number 1 that no one else is really doing the things that he can do. The only person I can think about that comes close to what he does is like a Taysom Hill or a Christian McCaffrey or Alvin Kamara. It has to be like a running back who does a little bit of everything, because that's essentially what Deebo is. Can he stay healthy is the question. And that's kind of been the knock on him. Can he do it with the Commanders? I think that with the combination of that run game and McLaurin just being the guy, he's in the right spot. Like I said, Stacy, 600 yards, 2,300 yards rushing, 8 to 10 touchdowns, and that's a successful year for Deebo.
Well, in terms of what it means for the Seahawks, for both my own take on the Rams and the 49ers, it's always this move in a broader picture and how it impacts the Seahawks. And what I mean is, trading Deebo alone, I don't see as like drastically impacting the Seahawks. But a 49ers team that had to trade Deebo, TBD what's happening with Brandon Ayuk, is getting a little bit older. Who knows what Christian McCaffrey looks like coming back from injury, and is going to have to give Brock Purdy a massive extension. that affects the Seahawks because it makes it just harder to navigate. All of a sudden, you have slightly fewer weapons. There's a lot more on Brock Purdy's shoulders. I think Kyle Shanahan is an amazing play caller, so I don't doubt that this is still going to be a really tough battle.
Right.
But when I look at the 49ers and when I look at the Rams, moving on from Cooper Kupp, I see two teams very well coached, still deadly, but not quite as intimidating as they've been in years past because they've got their own problems to work out too.
Think about the Rams. If Matthew Stafford's gone, obviously I feel a lot better about the situation. The Rams have shown that they can replenish. Now, they've replenished on the defensive side of the ball, so they have their scouts and their process over there is on point. Now are they going to be able to do it offensively? DeMarcus Robinson is a free agent. Cooper Kupp's probably not going to be with the squad. You got Puka and you have Kyron Williams. But I look at their system, and I can imagine them. This is the type of system, Stacy, where I think they can get themselves a wide receiver in the draft, and he'll be just fine. Give me 600 yards and 4 touchdowns, and you'll be good because they have such a good run game in Kyron Williams. And then once Blake Corum is healthy again, you got a 1-2 combo over there. The reason why I still respect them is because of what you said, because of the coaching. Mm-hmm. They're going to find ways to get these guys the ball and to add to the deception of their offense. That's what they like to do. Combined with a good defense. We expect the 49ers defense to be back on track, especially if they go ahead and get our homie Nick from South Carolina, and they add him to that defense with that 11 spot over there. Our homie Nick from South Carolina, especially because the Rams have that defensive line who has gotten better since Aaron Donald is gone.
It annoys me.
That's the thing that keeps me a bit cautious about the Rams and the 49ers. I respect them regardless, but even though they might be losing some pieces on you good.
I want to go to another story here. Brian Nemhauser, a.k.a. Hawk Blogger, was on with us late last week from the Combine, and we asked him for just some general takeaways, particularly about the quarterback conversation. He had an interesting take on Shedeur Sanders.
The conversations around Shedeur Sanders are not good. I think a lot of folks have real question about his makeup, about his tape. And when you look at him compared to the other quarterbacks in this class that are after Cam Ward, I think everyone sees it as Cam Ward alone in his own class, and then a big gap. And then I think Shedeur Sanders is in the scrum with the other guys, with Jaxson Dart, with maybe even Tyler Shuck, with some of these other players. So I think there's a chance. Multiple people I talk to definitely think he's going to be in the 20s if he's drafted in the first round, and a few people think that he might not make it to the first round at all.
I was listening to the Ringer NFL show this morning, and they were talking about rumors that they had heard from the Combine, and one of them, I think Stephen Ruiz, one of them was that Shedeur could fall out of the first round entirely. And Stephen Ruiz was like, I don't think that's going to happen. There are so many quarterback-needy teams. Someone will end up taking him. But it was the first time I'd seriously heard conversation about Shedeur falling well outside the top 10. Why do you think it's happening? And then I have another question that you already know what it is.
I think it's because of need. Tennessee needs a quarterback. We assume they're going to take Cam Ward. Cleveland has a quarterback. Who knows what they do with that position there? And you have Myles Garrett. You could move some things around. Who knows? The New York Giants is a team that I feel like needs a quarterback. That alone is enough to make me think I don't think they're going to move out. Vegas needs a quarterback. The Jets could use a quarterback. The Saints could use a quarterback. There are so many teams in this first round that I feel like can use one. Then you drop down even to the 21 spot. If Shedeur is available at 21, you think Mike Tomlin ain't going to shoot a shot?
Oh, absolutely.
You know, for dang show he is over there. So I don't see it. And I think the reason why is because we're looking at performances from guys at the Combine, and they're shuffling things around. The guys are performing better than they thought. Our guys are performing to expectations. And Shedeur is not going to wow you with his athleticism. I was watching him do an interview, and I saw a little belly. I saw just a little poke of the belly. But he's never been like just that physical.
Yeah.
You know, even Cam got a little something going on down there. You know what I'm saying? But it's just because physically he just doesn't wow you, and then you have all that extra stuff with him.
And I understand that in today's NFL, you're going, I want someone who physically wows me. Like that's what some of the best quarterbacks have. Now, if he's available at 21, it means he was available at 18. If you were the Seahawks, would you pull the trigger, or would you go, or would you go, why is this guy falling?
I do both. I say, why is this guy falling?
And also,
sign him up. Take him at 18. Y'all can chill now. We got a quarterback in the next 2-3 years.
So then that tells me that you think some of it's maybe a little blown out of proportion.
You only believe 30% of what you hear these days.
Yeah.
This time of year when it comes to the NFL draft and combine.
Let's talk about another quarterback. Jaxson Dart with On3 Ole Miss reporter Ben Garrett coming up next.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
Brock, what is your bold prediction for the Seahawks this year?
Every day at 7:45.
I was looking at the numbers defensively when it was all said and done. Finished in the top 15 in your major categories. I think year 2 with more time on task. Year 2 with a couple additional pieces. Year 2 with everybody basically coming back defensively and hopefully adding a difference maker third corner. This could be a top 5 defense in the league.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people. And we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save over $1,000 in your first year versus other major carriers. Plus, ask how to get iPhone 16e on us. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment tax and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual savings vary.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. With thousands of full replacements with expert craftsmanship and unbeatable warranties, we've been building roofs you can trust for over 5 decades. It's more than just a job, it's our promise to you. Protect your investment with a free Golden Pledge warranty on all GAF roof replacements over $15,000. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Eagles are releasing 6-time Pro Bowl cornerback Darius Slay per ESPN's Adam Schefter. The move saves Philly $4.3 million against the cap. The 49ers sent wide receiver Deebo Samuel to the Washington Commanders over the weekend for a 5th-round pick. 49ers GM John Lynch had expressed a desire to get younger at wide receiver. What's unsaid is the desire to get cheaper. The Commanders are taking on over $17 million of Deebo's salary, and that helps a Niners team that needs to pay its quarterback.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Covers Ole Miss sports for On3.com. It's Ben Garrett joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Ben, how's it going?
Good. How are y'all?
Fantastic. Lots of notes to take away for us from the Combine. And, Ben, I'm so glad to have you on in part because the Seahawks are at this interesting spot where we can kind of be interested in any position. And we've been talking a lot about Jaxson Dart. So I'll start with how his kind of pre-draft work has gone. I keep hearing good things. It feels like every time I check in, he's climbing up the board. How's it been for you?
I've heard the exact same things. It's been a great draft process for Jaxson. It's actually played out. It couldn't have played out any more perfectly for him. First of all, this isn't a strong draft class for quarterbacks. There's no obvious number one guy. I think Cam Ward's kind of separated himself. But what Jaxson has been able to do is be consistent at being good, not necessarily great, but good at pretty much everything. The throwing drills, he's there. His availability, he's there. And he's always going to test well, especially when paired against a class that, first of all, isn't really testing, and they were already unknowns to begin with. So I think Jackson's had a tremendous process, and it really started with the Gator Ball. That was probably his best statistical and on-field game as an Ole Miss Rebel. It didn't really mean anything because it was an exhibition in Florida, but he played tremendous, and there were a number of next-level throws that he then used as a way to catapult himself into the Senior Bowl, and he had a great Senior Bowl run. And then to go throw at the Combine and perform well like you knew he would, it's just a testament to a well-thought-out and prepared pre-draft process. And he's hit every single note to really have this draft climb that you're seeing. I've heard he could get into the back end of the first round. And I think for any team that's looking for a quarterback that's maybe more of a polished product, and he is what he is, but it doesn't have as much of a ceiling, Jaxson Dart can come win games for you now. Especially compared to the rest of his draft class. So he's had a great process. I've been really impressed with how he and his camp have really handled it. But also it comes down to he's got to perform, and at every turn so far, Jackson's performed.
Hey, me being a West Coast guy and working for the Rest in Peace Pac-12 network, I got a chance to watch Jaxson Dart do his thing when he was at USC. What's his progression been like at Ole Miss? You look at his numbers and you see the climb, but what have you seen?
Deep ball accuracy has been the biggest thing for me. I mean, I think going into this year, that was the question. That's the reason why he didn't come out early last year. He was good when he stepped on the field at USC. You're right. I mean, also, yes, RIP to the Pac-12 network.
Respect.
But, like, Jaxson, he was performing at USC. But then to come to Ole Miss and get more of a structure for 3 years and the same offense, it never changed, the same voices, knowing the assignments, he could really focus on individual things, specifically his deep ball accuracy. And the reason he didn't come out last year is because of his inaccuracies there compared to the draft class that is lighter this year. So he was always going to be looked at more favorably this year with another year to really produce, and that's exactly what he did. He ended the year as a record-setting quarterback, and a lot of that had to do with connecting or improving on the thing that everyone said he couldn't do particularly well, or he didn't have a big enough arm. And now he goes to the NFL Combine, and he's throwing as fast as Jalen Moreau, if not other contemporaries like Jalen Hurts. I mean, he's got strong arm strength that people doubted, and a lot of that came with could he complete those big bust plays downfield. And you saw a lot of those this year with Ole Miss, not enough to get into the college football playoff, but that's another story for another day. But, yeah, I mean, Jaxson, he's had a tremendous process, and he's really it's all a credit to him for the hard work he put in and the years. I mean, this is 3 years at Ole Miss and a year at USC. It could have been a lot different, and he's put himself in a place where I think I don't think his stock's ever been higher.
Was arm strength and deep ball accuracy the primary knock against him, or are there some lingering things as he heads into the draft that teams might be worried about?
See, that's the only thing I'd heard is like, well, these are the knocks against him. And then he goes and proves everybody through the process that he's, again, first with the season he had, record-setting as it was at Ole Miss, but also then, in testing and basic testing, being at the Senior Bowl or then going to the NFL Combine. That's what he had to figure out. Like where Ulysses Bentley goes to the draft and everyone said, well, he's got to run a quick 40, and he runs a 4.6. Jaxson, you got to go complete some deep balls, and he was the most accurate quarterback because, first of all, he actually threw, unlike the other ones. And he was still, even with the guys he was competing against, the best of the group. So you put the production with the testing, it makes for the perfect mix for a draft stock that continues to climb.
I spent some time watching film on him, and I appreciated his patience with the mesh in the backfield when he's trying to read the RPO. It seemed like he was in complete control of that offense his senior year. How would you compare this offense and how it potentially got him ready for the NFL?
It got more and more NFL ready as they grew together. I don't think they really knew him and Kiffin as they started this experiment together 3 years ago what the offense was going to be, and they really tailored it to what he was good at, which, and he'll still say, you saw him say it at the Combine, if he has to call one play, it's going to be mesh. He's going to run a mesh because that's his money throw and that's his money play. And he learned a lot of those more advanced concepts or concepts that he'll get more of and have to make more assignment sound decisions for at the next level over his last 2 years. The first year was just about winning a job over Luke Altmaier. And then he won the job. Well, here's some plays. Let's make sure the kid, he can run really well. He got some good throws to him. He started to advance as a quarterback the next year, but this year you saw him put it all together, make those NFL mesh-like throws, and he's taken off from there. So great growth for Jaxson since the start.
Ben, we know that the Seahawks have talked to Jaxson. We don't know for how long and what those conversations were like, but you've talked to Jaxson. So what's he like as a player, as a person?
He's a great kid. Great kid, great leader. Man, I mean, he was beloved in the locker room. He knows who he is. He's confident. He's accountable. Ole Miss was a playoff contender this year. They were supposed to go to the college football playoff. That wasn't. They didn't just say that themselves. If you looked around, Ole Miss was a favorite early on to be in the 12-team college football playoff and had one of the very best rosters. I mean, going into the Combine, 11 players into the Combine, the fifth most in the country from Ole Miss. So whatever you think of Ole Miss, this was the year where they had everything essentially there for a college football playoff, if not national title run, and they lost 3 games. So for them to overcome that or those big moments, you had to have good leadership because there were some real downer moments. The Kentucky loss was still to this day inexplicable. And who was always there to be the face of everything, Jaxson Dart. He was the same in wins and losses. Great leader. And a lot of that is like nonsense to us in 2024. Like, oh, he's a good football player. He's a good football player. He's a good football player. He's a really good kid, and he really gives a crap. And he made Ole Miss his. And this is a kid from Utah who knew nothing about Mississippi, dropped to Ole Miss in a very strange situation and not only thrived but broke Eli Manning's records. I mean, that's the holy grail of Ole Miss people. He broke Eli and Archie's stuff. So a lot of that is just, he's a good football player with the stats, but also in the transfer culture of being able to win at that level at Ole Miss where historically it's never happened, you have to have some real leadership, and that's where it all started and ended with Jaxson Dart. So I have no doubt from a leadership standpoint Man, the perfect environment would be like Seattle, a structured environment like that, because, one, he could develop behind Geno, and two, he's going to win the locker room on day one. He's impossible not to like.
That's refreshing to hear because, you know what, I'm from the West Coast, right? And I go down to Mississippi to visit my family, and, like, our cultures and connection are just off sometimes. And it takes me a while to kind of vibe with my family down there. So it's cool to hear that Jaxson Dart can fit into any type of locker room. Talk about the run game at Ole Miss, because here in Seattle, if Geno isn't supported by that run game, we know it's going to be tough for him. Obviously, offensive line play. How did the run game support Jaxson Dart? And then in another question, how did he support the run game? There was a year where he rushed for 600 yards. He has over 1,500 yards rushing total.
Yeah, Ole Miss was atrocious running the ball this year as far as its running backs are concerned. It was awful. They tried everything. They put Micah Davis, who was a transfer wide receiver who's now at Southern Miss, in the backfield at one point because they thought he could give them some explosion. It was desperate times, especially after Henry Parrish went down. Okay, so he didn't have anything run game-wise to protect him this year, and he had his best statistical season. He was the most efficient he's been in his career, and that's with less time to throw the ball. Sorry, I'm driving to Nashville, folks. You're hearing a beautiful beeping of the speedometer. But yeah, he didn't have any protection at all. The running game was absolutely non-existent. He was mostly his own running game, and he thrived. So I think that's where the ceiling comes into play for the NFL, because in a play-action game, I think he'd be killer. Now, the under-center snaps might be an adjustment at first, but they'll figure it out. In a play-action system where he has real run efficiency behind him, I think he would absolutely thrive. Now, that's not going to fit everywhere, right? But it could fit in a real structured environment, especially with a guy that knows how to step in and lead from day one. So that's where I think that was the most impressive thing, guiding through this season with not consistent pass protection and a non-existent run game, and essentially creating the run game on his own, knowing he needed to protect himself in his money year for the NFL, and he still rushed for 600 yards. It's a testament to how good of a kid he is and how good of a leader he is, especially in a culture where, that's really hard to find. And Jaxson Dart's just that dude.
How about the offensive line? Because that's been a conversation up here in Seattle for about a decade, and that included last year when they were one of the worst in football. Pretty good protection with Ole Miss. Was he kind of working behind a great one there?
No, it was not. Last year, protection-wise, it wasn't great. It got better, but it was not what they recruited it to be. They signed guys out of the portal to step in and be like they signed Diego Pounds from North Carolina because it's his free agency, and he was the blindside protector for Drake May at North Carolina. Well, Diego had a little bit of an up-and-down season. Now he got better, but early on it was tough. The reason why they lost to Kentucky is because of offensive inefficiencies, and it wasn't because of Jaxson Dart. It's because they couldn't run the ball and they couldn't protect it. They had all the dynamic pieces you would need in a dynamic, explosive, offensive passing game. Trey Harris, Jordan Watkins, Juice Wells all went to the combine. But if you can't give him 2 seconds to throw the ball to one of these guys, and he still produced and created. So, he wasn't working behind much, but he still got it done. The reason why they didn't get in the playoff is not because of Jaxson or anything else. The defense was the best in modern Ole Miss history. It was because the offensive line didn't block well enough at times, and the running game was non-existent.
I love how he compared his game to Jalen Hurts, and I went back and I watched film, and it's crazy how similar they are. Like, I was expecting to watch the film and say, all right, Jaxson, you're good, but I don't see Jalen Hurts. But it's crazy how similar they are. Like, the way they throw the football, their movement, their mesh in the backfield, everything. When he was at Ole Miss, was that the way you guys viewed him, or did he put that out there that everyone started looking at the film and started to agree with his analysis?
Yeah, I'm going to give credit to Jaxson on that one. I didn't really make that comp, but I see it. It makes sense. It's the physicality of how they play. One thing you're always going to knock Jalen Hurts for, or he's still getting knocked for despite winning a Super Bowl, is his deep ball accuracy. Is he really a type of elite, deep-throwing quarterback, one of the all-time greats, and he gets it done. Same thing with Jaxson Dart. I think that what really separates them and makes them different from those quarterbacks in their own unique way is they have that physical element. They can really run the ball. It's not just the tush push. Jalen Hurts is a physical runner and a smart runner, a strategic runner, and that's a real skill, especially in the modern NFL when you have to have that run-pass element with your quarterback. So I think it's a good comp. I never really thought about it before, so I'm going to give that one to Jaxson. It was a good one.
I know you credited Jaxson with being a player who could be thrown into the NFL now for a team that was quarterback needy. But if Seattle does, take him at 18, he's going to probably be sitting behind Geno. We're all expecting a contract extension there. How do you think he'd feel about that? Do you think that would be good for him to wait for about a year?
Oh, I think he'd hate it, but it'd be good for him. Yeah, it's true. I think it'd be he's a competitor, man. He wants to play day one, but it would make a lot of sense for him to sit behind Geno in a developmental way. I do think he's ready to play, but the competitor he is, yeah, he'd absolutely hate it. But I think that kind of situation, if he were to fall like that, I doubt 18 still seems rich to me. That still seems rich. Like I think Jackson's probably going to go if he sneaks in the back of the first round. Hell yeah! But I think what's probably going to happen is he's going to be, top of the second round. So, I think 18's rich, but if he did fall in that way, if it did get to there and he did, get to make that kind of money with that pick, yeah, dude, I think he would be in the perfect situation because he does get to sit, but he would absolutely hate it.
There hasn't been much film of him working under center. If he were to come to Seattle, we have a new offensive coordinator here, Kubiak. He's going to have some work under center. Do you think he'd be comfortable there? What have you seen when he's under center?
He struggled during the Senior Bowl, and he didn't really do it at all at Ole Miss. But, I think that's something that's pretty basic, man. That's one of those things that, it's a story now because we're trying to nitpick, That's all the draft process is for, is picking nits.
Right.
But, they figure that out in OTAs. He would probably suck for a couple of days, but eventually football is football is football. He got better at the Senior Bowl, still had a productive time. That's where the development comes in. When you say sitting behind Geno, well, if he's if he's crap at at taking snaps right now, just practice that for a year. I think at the end of the day, that's just a nominal issue that he'll figure out pretty quick.
Ben, it's been so fun talking to you, man.
Awesome.
this has
I've
been
enjoyed talking to y'all too. I'm a chatterbox. I'm sorry.
No, we've been dying.
You pulled the string, fellas. Yeah, you went and pulled the string on me. So I had to talk like an idiot.
No, we've loved it. We've loved it. He is Ben Garrett. If you want to find out more about Jaxson and a number of other Ole Miss players who could go very early in this draft, go check out his work at on3.com. Ben, thank you so much.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank y'all. See y'all.
Let's get to 4 down territory.
This is 4 down territory, going inside the game. What former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, how did Cam Ward's journey help him at the NFL Combine?
I don't know. I think most people know about his journey by now, but was a 0-star coming out of high school, went to Incarnate Ward, and then 2 years at Washington State and 1 year at Miami. But every single year, he got better. In 2022, 64% completion rate. 2023, 66. In 2024, 67. And the competition has got better and better and better. Also, his touchdown to interception ratio pretty much stayed the same, improved in a touchdown situation. 2022, 23 touchdowns to 9, and then 25 to 7. Last year, 39, which led FBS 2-7. His rating went up, 130, 145, 172. All Cam Ward did was get better and better and better. And you listen to these scouts talk about Cam and how he understands multiple offenses, right? I'm going to assume he's had at least 3 coordinators dealing with Incarnate Ward to Washington State and now University of Miami. We've seen him go under center. We've seen him in the shotgun. We saw him with a run game. We saw him without a run game. He's battle-tested, and he has his chip on his shoulder. I was so excited I got to cover Washington State, obviously, the last, 3 or 4 years, and watching him perform and talking to him after the games, you just felt like he was destined for something. You didn't know what it was. You didn't know how great he was going to be. He's probably going to be the number 1 draft pick in the game.
Crazy.
So the fact that he went from 0 stars, he went to 3 different schools, had 3 or 4 different coordinators, got better every single year is a testament to him, his family, how he was brought up. I'm really excited and proud of Cam Ward. If you ever met him, I think you will like him.
I feel like I kept hearing, is it Shadur? Is it Cam? Is it Shadur? And now it feels like Cam has separated himself as the almost consensus number 1 pick, and then people aren't quite sure what's going to happen with Shadur. And then it's like, now here comes, Jalen and Jaxson, and what's going to happen. It's good for him for separating himself
That's
that way.
That's the NFL for you, man.
Yep. Second down. After the Combine, who are your top 3 hopefuls for number 18 for the Seahawks?
Number 18. I'm going to start with Jaxson Dart. This is in no specific order. I'm going to start with Jaxson Dart. If they do draft Jaxson Dart, then I think a lot of the people who are worried about Geno can just relax for a little bit, okay? Let Jaxson Dart just marinate. Let him develop behind him. Also, Nick Umanwari. Everyone's talking about him. My dude ran a 4.3. And you know what I did? I had to stop myself. I caught myself tapping into what I see on the text lines. Legion of Boom, Legion of Boom. Stop talking about the Legion of Boom.
Don't do it.
It ain't going to happen, even though he would have fit right in with the Legion of Boom.
Don't do it.
Just with his physical capabilities. And then also, I want to talk about, I talked about him already, Gray's able. He didn't run the 40, but he looked great in his lateral movements. Watch the film of this young man. He'll be good in the screen, good getting out into space, but he is a guard who can move. And then I've got an extra one. I'm going to go Tyler Booker as well from Bama. He looked good. Now, this is just a pageant show. They are in tights and shirts. And you have to watch the film. So if you do have someone that you liked during the NFL Combine who looked good in their tights and their shorts, right, you look at those measurements and then you go and watch the film and you try to make the connection. That's the tough part about evaluating these players. There are some that you just know are going to go. I'm not worried about Dylan Sampson, the running back from Tennessee. I'm not worried about him. He's going to be great. I'm not worried about Genty. Nothing's guaranteed, but there are some guys who just film speaks for itself. You don't have to look at the measurements. But yeah, that was fun to watch. I love the Combine, even though it kind of means absolutely nothing.
Third down. What needs to come to an end immediately?
Stop making linemen run the 40. There is no reason for a lineman to run the 40. But what you do is you have them run 10s. This 10-yard splits. For the most part, if a lineman doesn't touch a body for 10 yards, he probably ain't going to touch nobody because everyone else is gone. I'm looking at some of these guys who ran some fast 40s, and I think the fastest 40 went to this young man, anyway, I forgot what school he went to. And then they said his draft grade is mid-round draft grade, but they're praising him for his 40. If you want to evaluate, especially offensive linemen, just go watch the film and then look at the 10-yard splits. I don't care about nothing else than the 10-yard splits when it comes to these offensive linemen, because you're not going to ask them to run 40 yards down the field. If they do, that means this probably was an interception, and they're trying to tackle a guy that their quarterback just threw the football to. Get rid of the 40. It means nothing to me. For the lineman.
Fourth down. Why do you think Will Howard had struggles throwing the football at the Combine?
My man completed 73% of his passes while he was at Ohio State. 4,000 yards, 35 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. This is going to sound crazy. None of those receivers, minus maybe 2 or 3, were as good as the receivers he was throwing to. He was throwing to Jeremiah Smith, who they say right now will be the first pick in the draft if he were eligible. He was throwing to Emeka, who right now is projected to be a first-round pick. There's just a chemistry that just wasn't there. And if you are going to drop his stock so much off of him throwing routes on air to receivers he doesn't know, then your evaluation card needs to be revoked. Go ahead and watch the film of this young man. The only guys who benefit from this are the guys who just are 100% accurate, who came out of nowhere, who are going to go from an undrafted guy to maybe like a late 6th or 7th round pick. Will Howard, I wouldn't put too much into this, man. He throws to some of the best receivers in the game, and they were not there. Give the man some slack.
Feels like a mistake to read too much into throws, too. Like, was it at his pro day or the Combine that Zach Wilson made this amazing throw, and then people were like, wow. Curtis, do you remember?
Yeah, his pro day.
And
Crazy.
people were like, that's the most amazing thing we've ever seen. He's drafted 2nd overall. It doesn't work out.
Malik Willis rolls to his left and tosses one up to the sky like 70 yards. And everyone's, oh, my God.
Yeah.
Watch the film.
Let's see what's on tonight.
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
Mariners Cactus League re-air begins at 7 p.m. right here on Seattle Sports. What I need to know coming your way at the end of the hour. Get your questions into the Mac and Jax text line now. More Bump and Stacy coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
I think you play as long as you still love it.
You of anybody would be on board with that. You've talked about it a million times. It's no good on the outside, and you were trying to make a comeback at 40. And
except for this show, I wouldn't leave, seeing Matt and Mike every day. I mean,
it's really what brings joy to you every day, those two.
Even if a team came calling right now, theoretically, said, Wyman, we want you.
You're trying to kill me, right?
Yeah, you got one play in me, and I'm going on IR for the rest of the season.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
The Gene Simmons Band, live Tuesday, April 8th at Muckleshoot Event Center. He's the God of Thunder. He's going to rock and roll all night and bring you an unforgettable night of head-banging rock and roll. Get tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com. The Gene Simmons Band, only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
In a sea of thousands of competitors, Riverside Roofing continues to stand out. And guess what? They got openings this winter for your roof project. Call 425-949-8252 or go to riversideroofingllc.com, the roofing company you can trust.
The smart way to improve home comfort is a new heat pump. New heat pumps from Home Comfort Alliance provide efficient heating and cooling in one unit. Upgrade today and enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off through March. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer. Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times. Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants? These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Old Spice Swagger Body Wash will make you the MVP of freshness and confidence. With its irresistible scent, it will transform your shower experience, leaving you feeling fresh on and off the field. Pair it with Old Spice Swagger Deodorant, the #1 aluminum-free brand that keeps you feeling like a Super Bowl champion 24/7 when used daily. But don't wait. This dynamic duo is available at Costco for a limited time only. Old Spice, official deodorant partner of the NFL and Super Bowl 59, where freshness meets football greatness.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
You think your home is pretty cool until that summer heat hits, and suddenly your home isn't that cool. In fact, it's hot. Air conditioning from Washington Energy Services can help. Stay cool this summer with our biggest spring savings event ever. This month only, take up to $4,000 off an energy-efficient Bryant cooling system with exclusive Washington Energy rebates. Ensure your home is always the cool house with air conditioning from Washington Energy Services. Contact us today for a free estimate.
We know finding a company to trust with your home is a big decision, and one we look forward to earning with incredible service, top quality products, and lifetime warranties. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are feature-rich with our sound package that reduces noise by 50%, clean glass technology, and added protection with our exclusive First Guard 3-layer security glass. Learn more about all of these features at lakewashingtonwindows.com. Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
The Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. You know, there are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. The end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. It's the united understanding among Lee Johnson employees that customers are the purpose of our day. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy
Weekdays 10 to 2.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I was scrolling across Twitter and came across a tweet from the Athletics' Diana Rossini. And it's only slightly related to the Seahawks, but I think it's just very interesting. Jamar Chase obviously was in contract negotiations with the Bengals last year. They didn't agree on a new deal, still in contract negotiations for a long-term extension right now. Diana said, Jamar Chase is the priority and expected to reset the non-quarterback market. An offer has been made by Cincinnati, but the two sides remain far apart now, per sources. And I was just thinking, it is crazy that if an offer's been made by Cincinnati and the two sides remain far apart, that offer might be like around $34, $35 per year, which is what Justin Jefferson's making. I thought two things. Number one, are we about to see a wide receiver make close to $40 million per year in average annual value? And number two, how crazy is it that this is where we are when I remember when Aaron Rodgers making around $40 million per year was a big deal?
Here's the thing. As long as that salary cap goes up, the number of annual average will go up. These receivers, and because of the way the game is played too, receivers hold more value. Even though you look at a running back, it's so underpaid. Like if you are Saquon Barkley, you should be making $25 million a year. You are so underpaid. But because you play on the outside, you don't get these big collisions like you used to. The way the game is played, the way the game is called has allowed these receivers to hold more value to these teams. So it's going to go up. I remember when Pat Mahomes got the $500 million deal.
And we were like,
We're
wow.
like, dang, that's that soccer money.
Yep.
And eventually it's going to resemble soccer money. It's crazy. But I think that this is just a reflection of, one, the revenue that the NFL is pulling in. These owners are making money as well. The cap is going to go up. Those numbers are going to go up. The percentages are probably going to stay about the same, though, when it comes to quarterbacks and what their annual average is as when you compare it to the percentage of the salary cap. It's always going to move up. 10 years from now, we are going to see a quarterback making $80 million a year easily.
I mean, before 10 years from
Yeah,
now,
before
Dax
10.
is
Yeah.
60 average annual value. I mean, you had a really good quarterback class, let's say in 4 years when those guys are eligible for either a fifth-year option or an extension.
Man.
Where is Jaden Daniels then? Where's Bo Nix? Where's Caleb? Like, where are some of these guys at in their contracts? It's not going to take long before it's 65.
They're going to reflect the NBA and the MLB. And the NFL is the most popular league in this country. You see basketball players who are averaging 15 points a game, and they're getting $30 million a year, right? So I think it's taking its natural course. It's going to take longer to get there, obviously, because of the salary cap and just the injury rate in the NFL. That's the main reason why we're not seeing these numbers. Baseball is going to be in a league of their own when it comes to guys getting paid. We'll see if this strike happens or whatnot in 2026. But as long as salary cap goes up and as long as these guys keep making plays, the quarterbacks will always be ahead of the game. But it's intriguing to see the receivers try to make up some ground. It's frustrating, but I also understand why running backs aren't going to get that type of money.
Well, no. Did you hear Daniel Jeremiah, his take on running backs being drafted early? He was like, it's not that there's not clear value with running backs and that they don't clearly make your team better, but if running backs, more so than almost any other offensive skill position, take those hits and accumulate that damage earlier, why would I waste? Because if you're a bad team, you have a high pick. Most high picks belong to bad teams. So if I'm the Giants at number 3 or whatever, why would I take a running back, even if that running back's really, really good, if I'm going to waste 2 years of his career or even 3 years of his career because it's going to take me that long to really take strides forward?
That's a great point.
I thought it was the most sensible kind of, because sometimes you think like, if there is a clear talent at running back, why would you not? What, because he's a running back? Because he might be bad? But it's like, well, you want to make every single year of a running back's career worth it.
Yep. That makes complete sense. You're almost better off being you still got to be Ashton Genty. You'd rather be Ashton Genty all day because you're going to get endorsement money and all that good stuff. But that is such a logical take Because if you are trying to rebuild the team, you're not going to rebuild it with a running back. Look at the Giants. They let go of their running back. It's like, look, we're going to have to start this thing all over. I don't want to have to pay him X amount of dollars. Most logical take I've ever heard about the running back and their value to the league.
I got this close to wondering if it's like justice for the Giants. Maybe it was right for them to move on from, because they were not going to be a playoff team even with Saquon Barkley.
Nah.
It just was not going to happen.
They just messed up by letting him go to a team in their division.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
And which, I mean, if he becomes a free agent, sign wherever. I'd sign behind the best offensive line in football for a contender too. But that's where the sting is, because you could otherwise be like, well, I can't. Do I blame the Giants? I mean, you don't look close to being ready. I don't know. Back to the topic of wide receivers. This is a question that is asked endlessly, and it hasn't had an answer yet. But I do wonder if there's a little bit of like not a breaking point, but when does wide receiver value start to hold steady? You know what I mean?
No, what do you mean?
Like, I mean, is wide receiver, the percentage of the cap that they absorb for a top wide receiver, going to continue to climb until there's some kind of limit? Because I get why it climbs for quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
A quarterback will always be the most impactful player on a field. And I kind of got why it was climbing for edge rushers, because their singular job is to get to the quarterback. With wide receivers, I'm like, everyone can admit there are limitations to the impact on a game a wide receiver can have.
Well, I think that wide receiver will hold more value the softer the game gets. The getting rid of these big hits and these big plays. And then let me ask you this. Consistently every week, who makes the biggest plays in a football game?
Wide receivers.
It's the wideout. So I think that because at one play, it's easier to break off a 70-yard pass than it is a 70-yard run. And the quarterback's best friend, other than the offensive line, is the wideout. Why do we like Pat Mahomes? Because he's going to run around, he's going to throw across his body, and on the receiving end is going to be most likely his tight end. But in other cases, that wideout making the big play. So I think that as long as wideouts continue to make these huge plays, they're going to get paid. And Justin Jefferson, the highest paid receiver in the game right now when it comes to average salary, he's only taking up 13% of the salary.
I just think that there's always going to be, and I'm not going to make this conversation per se. I think you pay the players that make your team better. If a wide receiver takes your team to the next level, right? Like, you could argue Minnesota last year had a better wide receiver duo than they did an actual quarterback, and that Sam Darnold doesn't have those career highs without those two.
Mm-hmm.
For Minnesota, it's worth it to pay Justin Jefferson $35 million per year. However, I've heard this argument a million times. Was Justin Jefferson in the Super Bowl? Did he make it deep into the playoffs? Like CeeDee Lamb, the second highest paid. DJ Moore's on here, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Brandon Ayuk, who barely played this season. Like, I think that there's just this idea of like, if a top tier wide receiver doesn't make you a Super Bowl team, then why pay them record breaking money? It's not the take I'm making. It's just one I know I've seen a ton. I think that the pushback with wide receiver contracts is an argument about the limitations of wide receiver impact.
All right. Dak Prescott. $60 million a year.
Right.
Ain't sniffed a Super Bowl.
Not close.
Joe Burrow didn't make the playoffs. He's
But
number
played
2.
like an MVP.
Still didn't.
No, that
Trevor
actually
Lawrence,
helps make your point.
Number 3. Where are you, Trevor? Jordan Love, annual average, number 4. Jordan, have you seen a conference championship yet? Tua, number 5. Just saying, we got a Jared Goff, number 6. Herbert, number 7. Lamar, number 8. I get it. I'm not disputing that quarterbacks aren't the most important piece, but we got to hold that same kind of energy for these quarterbacks too.
Weird question. This is not the case with wide receivers. I don't think that the best quarterbacks in the game are reflected in the highest paid salaries.
No, it's all timing.
It's all timing.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. It's just Dak Prescott's situation is fascinating to me because
Dak was better when he was on that rookie contract.
Yeah, he was amazing.
Yeah, he was better on the rookie contract.
It was the best story ever. It was like, look at this fourth rounder suddenly making this crazy money.
Big ups KJ Wright.
Last part of this conversation, obviously, we have had endless conversations about DK Metcalf's contract extension. Jamar Chase and what he's about to make, I don't think in any way impacts DK Metcalf. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm an idiot. But there is simply no way that DK and his agent can go, well, I got to say, John, Jamar's out here getting $38 million. I think there's a case. No.
Nah.
What Jamar's about to make impacts one other person, and it's Justin Jefferson. And if Justin Jefferson hadn't gotten his contract first, he'd be watching what Jamar is going to ask for here.
No, I think there's one person that he could really look at and be like, see? And it's Brandon Ayuk. That's the person you can look at and say, look, I'm closer to Brandon Ayuk than I am to Jamar Chase for sure. Brandon Ayuk, 1,300 yards in 2023, and then he had 1,000 yards in 2022. If you look at his career, his trajectory, it's on some DK Metcalf stuff. Years of 5 touchdowns, 5, 8, and 7. DK has 10. He has 12. If I am his agent, I'm looking at a Brandon Ayuk situation and saying, look, numbers say I'm just as good as that guy, and he's getting $30 million a year.
Would it be fair for him to look at A.J. Brown as getting 32? Old teammate, similar profiles.
Yeah.
But obviously, A.J. Brown's had 2 seasons of over 1,400 yards. DK is not. That being said, you can see the similarities in the player type.
Yeah, but A.J. also is coming off of 3 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons. He's got 4 out of 6. I think that it's a decent comparison, but and then he has 2 seasons of 11 touchdowns. DK has 12 and 10. Not bad. I think you throw it out there. I think maybe you start at AJ, but you really focus on Ayuk.
Yeah. All right, get your questions in for What I Need to Know to the Mac and Jax text line. Any question you have, text it right now, 866-979-3776. What I Need to Know coming your way next.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
We are now speaking with the architect of your Seattle Seahawks.
How we doing, football fans? With Seahawks President of Football Operations and General Manager John Schneider.
My job is to do what's best for the Seattle Seahawks organization. I have to keep wrapping my mind around that and trying to communicate effectively.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
What's the standard the Seahawks defense needs to be held to under Mike McDonald?
The John Schneider Show.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Yeah. Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years!
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five!
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. The season's next tryout for adults ages 18 to 65 and older is this Saturday, March 8th at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
John here with Happy Hauler. Furniture and household items you plan to throw away? We'll take them and prioritize donating and recycling, keeping items out of the landfill. Happy Hauler is Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com or in stores at your local CVS.
When it comes to your roof, you need an expert on your side, and Asset Roofing is on mine. Let them work for you, too. You can find out more at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. This summer, experience breathtaking Cascade views and world-class dining. Elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What I need to know is a question top of mind for you, maybe some advice you're looking for, a theory you have about your team, whatever you want some feedback with. 866-979-3776. What I need to know, text it in now. What I need to know, says our first listener. My 9-year-old son has been introduced to eye black. He thinks it's the coolest thing and wants to wear it everywhere all the time. I don't want to kill his excitement, but the wife is getting a little tired of it, especially when it's bedtime. Bump, help me.
Have you seen the movie Little Giants?
Yes.
Have you seen the little homie who starts off with eye black under his eye, then it's on his nose,
And then pretty soon.
then it's on his cheek, then he's doing some stuff people will call racist these days, okay? Listen, I think that you make it you and his little secret, you know? You put him down to bed, and mom's there, or maybe she's not there, but she sees him off to bed, and you say, good night, son. And then you sneak in, and you give him 2 little stripes. Boom, boom, eye black. You make it your thing. Then you wake up in the morning, and you wipe it off real quick, you know, so mom doesn't.
That's a lot of coordination.
It's fun. Trust me, it's worth it.
I'm guessing the mom's getting tired of washing it off.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah,
Actually,
exactly.
that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if the mom's or the dad.
You know what? I take it all back. Little Bobby.
That stuff
No eye black for you, dog.
Look, I would say you can wear eye black for maybe if we go on an excursion, like an
Only on
adventure
sunny
to
days.
the zoo.
Tell them only on sunny days.
Exactly.
Eye black.
Maybe obviously if you're playing a game, we can wear eye black. But
They make eye black stickers that don't smear.
Facts.
that's a great
There it is.
parenting hack,
There it
Curtis.
is.
There you go.
And you know why I'm mad at that? Curtis has girls. I got boys and didn't even think of that. I should have thought of that off the
That's
top.
smart, Curtis. That's
What the
really
heck
smart.
is going on?
What I need to know. This person has a theory that I'm just going to introduce. Having great quarterbacks is what dropped value on running backs and raised the value on wide receivers.
Negative. Running backs getting hurt. They get hurt all the time. They touch the ball 300 plus times a year. 300? Your best receiver is going to get targeted about 120 times, 150 times, and touch it 100 times in space. Not with 300 pounders all around you. I think it's just the nature of the position. But I'm sure that didn't help.
Well, yes, great quarterbacks evolving. Also changes to offensive scheme, right? Like 11 personnel being used a ton by Sean McVay's Rams and introducing just the idea of pass-heavy offenses being more efficient or
Right.
whatever. Like, again, you had to have good quarterbacks to do it, but I think it just became clear that, wow, passing is this really efficient way to get 50 points in a game. That's
Yeah.
crazy. What I need to know. Bump. I need you to answer honestly.
Okay.
Do you think that you could win the Masters if all you had to do was putt
My buddy sent me this.
and everyone else plays normally?
My buddy sent me this. All I had to do was putt. Heck yeah, I'm winning that thing, man. What you talking about? Putt game. On point. All day. Any green. Anywhere. Holla at me. Just putting? It'd be hard as heck still, though. But yeah, you know I believe in myself. Come
Yeah. 866-979-3776. What I need to know. I'm talking with a buddy, and my hot take is that if you own any type of pet other than a dog or cat, you're a bit off. What I need to know is if you've ever had a, quote, alternative pet.
Never. I had a hamster when I was little.
That's an alternative
Yeah, I
pet,
had a hamster.
but not as an adult.
Not as an adult, no.
No, not as an adult. I had a fish as a kid, but not as an adult.
Look, I'm not going to pet shame. It would surprise me if, like, I went over to my friend's house and she's like, "Hey, welcome in. This is my ferret," or like, "There's
Here's my
nothing wrong with
iguana."
it. My chinchilla, my iguana, my snake. Like, there's nothing wrong with it, but it would catch me off guard."
Your parents have raccoons.
They don't have raccoons.
pets.
They're
no,
yours now.
They entertain raccoons. They're not ours.
They're yours.
They don't live
They
there. I'm
stay
not claiming them.
underneath
No,
your
no.
porch. Okay.
Those are not pet raccoons. I've told them multiple times not to let them in the house.
Then why are they there every day then?
Because they feed them every single day.
Like
every single day.
pets.
They get 2 meals a day.
Those are their pets. They're outdoor. It's like having an outdoor dog.
It's exactly
Can't have
what
it
it
out
is.
here in Cali.
This excludes people with
in
farms.
Washington.
I'm categorizing my parents' raccoon relationship as akin to farm animals. You know? It's just there as part of nature and you feed it, but it doesn't come in the house.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Those are outdoor pets.
Let's see. What I need to know. Are any of you WWE fans? I used to be into it when I was younger, and now my 8-year-old's starting to get into it.
Curtis department.
Oh. My man, John Cena.
I saw
Him
that.
turning over the weekend?
I saw that.
Unheard of. Sorry to your 8-year-old, because that was probably his guy, as he is for most 8-year-olds. There's a lot of kids at school today that are having tough conversations with their
Or
buddies.
what if he's just getting into it, and now that's the only John Cena he knows?
I feel like John Cena's going to make an extra $100 million by doing that.
Oh, there's going to be so much merch.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
people are comparing this to when Hulk Hogan flipped in WCW.
Yeah,
which,
that was crazy.
Yeah, it's monumental.
Hey, he even let his beard grow and dyed it black and then kept the blonde handlebars.
That is a classic wrestling heel move, is to like grow out your beard. I don't know if John Cena can grow facial hair, but it would be hilarious if he had like a goatee or a full beard after this.
What I need to know. If you were forced to change your first name, what would your new name be?
I just go Mark after my dad.
Stacey, I
Okay.
feel like you've thought about this.
No, I was almost named Kelly, which is kind of a cool name. But if I got to choose, it would be way cooler, you know? Like, I've always liked the name Brooke or whatever. But no, I want to go like Power Ranger, or like you just choose something where it's like
Power Ranger.
just, cool. I don't know what it would be exactly. I don't know what it would be. My friend had a baby, and they had a thing where you left name suggestions, and the names I left were Rhinestone and Stacy.
Rhinestone.
So maybe I go by Rhinestone. I don't know, Curtis. What would yours be? Why do we have boring
I've never
answers?
thought about this.
Well, now's the time.
Roger.
What? Yeah.
Roger Rogers.
Roger Rogers.
What I need to know. What top 10 draft selection will be the biggest bust? It's so hard to predict sometimes.
The tight end from Penn State.
Colton. Oh, from Penn State.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Got his name.
I feel like, based off the expectations we have for quarterbacks, that seems like an easy answer.
Right, like you're a bust if you don't become
a perennial
the
Pro Bowler,
greatest thing
yeah.
ever. It's like that person that wondered if Caleb Williams would be a bust for Chicago if his career was just Russell Wilson's career, and people were like,
God.
"So Super Bowl winner."
And then after their first year, people will be begging for Caleb Williams to have a career.
You guys
like
have
Russell
never had a
Wilson.
4,000 yard. Now I understand he's the number 1 overall pick, so the expectations are fairly like he's gonna be the best ever, right? But it's not a bad career to have your quarterback have.
Not at all.
Pretty solid. I know that Russ gets the whole like, well, he had the Legion of Boom, but there was a period of time when Russ was just it for the Seahawks, consistently performing. And then he wasn't. All right, that will do it for us today. If you missed any part of the show, make sure you check out the Bump and Stacy podcast on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, or SeattleSports.com. For Michael Bumpus, Curtis Rogers, Matt Nelson, I'm Stacy Rost. Wyman and Bob coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
I think you play as long as you still love it.
You of anybody would be on board with that. You've talked about it a million times. It's no good on the outside, and you were trying to make a comeback at 40. And
except for this show, I wouldn't leave, seeing Matt and Mike every day. I mean,
it's really what brings joy to you every day, those two.
Even if a team came calling right now, theoretically, said, Wyman, we want you.
You're trying to kill me, right?
Yeah, you got one play in me, and I'm going on IR for the rest of the season.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. Saturday night, May 10th. Experience the thrill of live MMA, boxing, Muay Thai, and kickboxing. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this exciting mixed martial arts event. The World Fighting Championships, May 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
You're losing your hair and you want a simple solution that works, and you want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Parango and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to the unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, they were recently crowned 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. 425-449-8185. If you qualify, get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. AdvancedHair.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save over $1,000 in your first year versus other major carriers. Plus, ask how to get iPhone 16e on us. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment tax and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual savings vary.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the Super Bowl champs are making roster moves. They are releasing 6-time Pro Bowl cornerback Darius Slay, according to Adam Schefter. Slay's release will be designated as a post-June 1st transaction, saving the Eagles $4.3 million against the cap. Meanwhile, other roster moves happening out there. The Cincinnati Bengals have placed the franchise tag on wide receiver T. Higgins for the 2nd straight year. Higgins announced the news earlier today by posting on X just the word tag. The Bengals later announced the move, stating that they did so with the intent of continuing to work toward a long-term deal in Cincinnati. Now, right now, that franchise tag tender would pay him $26.2 million for the 2025 season if he is unable to agree to a long-term deal with the Bengals by the July 15th deadline.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob live from Peoria, Arizona, site of Mariners spring training happening as we speak. A game going on over at the field. We're at the facility here for the Mariners, and the sun is shining. We're sitting in the shade for some reason. It's a little chillier than we expected here, Dave.
We expected a lot.
Yeah.
Go to Arizona. It's warm.
Well,
no, not necessarily.
I think it was like 85 every day last week. And then today,
That's because Brock and Salk were here.
is that they brought the
Here.
sun with them and then took it with them when they left. But yeah, a little chilly. I got to thank our guy from the Mariners, Alex Mayer, who lent me his medium sweatshirt so that I could properly get through this broadcast.
It's a big guy in little coat. Is what it is.
Hey,
You got it stretched out now. Now
yeah,
it looks okay.
I've been working on the stretch, and it's going to be a little big on him. But I appreciate our guy Alex Mayer for hooking me up, because I was going to run over to the team shop and pay whatever I needed to for a hoodie or something over there. I came ill prepared, but the sun is shining out there in parts, and it'll get warmer as the week goes on. But our first day out here, Dave, we get a chance to speak to a couple of guys. You're going to hear from Logan Gilbert. Just a great conversation with him as always. And every time we walk away from a conversation with him, it's like, he's the best. He's
really
such a
is.
good dude.
We told him that we'll say the same thing to Cal. He's the best. But, yeah, I mean, it's just a group of great guys. And then Harry Ford, we'll listen to later, was just a great kid. So, and I told him during the interview, he actually asked me a question. Like, I mentioned something. He goes, wait, you played in the NFL? What were the years? And you don't usually get that from – he's a very thoughtful guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's very chill, very mellow, just
But Logan is he's just the best and gets better and better. And, every time I see him, like, he's so physically imposing. It's, how tall he is. Just can't imagine. We're going to get a chance to see, they've really fixed the place up. I mean, with all the field turf that they have down, but there's a place over there where you can stand right behind the catcher.
Yeah.
And see what it looks like to major league pitching. And from what I understand, which I imagine that it's just like you can't even see the ball. You can only hear it.
Yeah, you just hear the
yeah.
Yeah, but it
that'll
is
be fun.
They've definitely put in some money into the complex here, and I believe Justin was telling me that Shannon did a video. I don't know if it's up yet, but it will, just to tease ahead, just kind of a tour of the building and what's new out here and some of the changes they've made. And it is really, really cool. So very cool to see that. Again, the Logan Gilbert conversation will come up at 3 o'clock Pacific time, and then 4 o'clock Pacific time will be Harry Ford. And I'm saying Pacific time because we're an hour ahead out here.
Yeah.
So we don't want to screw up our listeners who are back home listening. But first blush, just being out here, we've had a chance. I mean, we saw juniors out here. Ken Griffey's doing something out here, and he got the world's longest haircut while we were in there.
You guys were stalking him, and that's why he probably stayed in there.
There was a group of people waiting for him out there. So a lot of video crew and everything out there.
So Ichiro here, of course,
going through
making sure he got all his work in.
Yeah. I had a chance to catch some of the guys we'll hopefully catch up with as the week goes on. We talked to them, and a lot of guys are like, we'll do it later in the week. We don't have any time set up, but like Julio, J.P. Crawford, Mitch Haniger, Mitch Garver. Who else am I missing, Lefko? Who else do we speak to?
I think everyone in the rotation kind of gave us don't bother me on the off day coming
Bryce
up.
Miller, Bryce Miller, George Kirby. So those are all people we've interacted with and trying to lay the groundwork to speak with at some point this week. And hopefully the majority of them will come through.
Yeah.
We even put in a request for Jerry DePoto. So we'll see what comes of all of that.
But yeah, I mean, I think the first thing that struck me is that how much money they put into this facility and making it right it's just state of the art. And they have the Traject machine inside. We haven't got in the building yet, which we will, and we'll report back on that. But the Traject machine, that's fascinating to me. That's the thing I'm most excited to see, because it has like a video of whoever the pitcher is, and then they simulate the pitches that he throws.
Yeah.
So, but it's kind of interesting. I can't remember who I was having a conversation with, but it was about how the machine doesn't make any mistakes. It throws what you program in there, and whereas the live pitching of the actual pitcher that you're simulating, he's going to make little adjustments and everything. So I can see where it would be really helpful, but not like you're hitting exactly